Welcome to the Saturday Morning Breakfast Club, an eventful Week 10 for surrounding games and actually statewide. We got a lot going on, a lot to talk about this morning going into the playoffs. So when you look at it, obviously this morning I got Dex from Dex Preps, I got the King, and I got Buckethead finally back from vacation. And so like I said, a lot going on. We got a lot of teams playing well, some teams limping into the playoffs, some teams turning in other teams, and so we don't know who's doing what or what's going to happen in some classifications because of people being turned in and HSA visiting and all that. The good thing is right after this you can tune in to TV24 and we will have the AHSA preview show so you can find out who is in, who's not in, who got turned in, who's loving who's treating true, who's not even trying anymore. You can figure out whatever. So,
what?
Who's cheating who?
Who's cheating? Who's cheating who's being true, who don't even care no more.
Yeah. Back in the day.
Hey, I say everybody's cheating.
Back in the day.
See, we have so.
Word that my name would be on the list. Hey. Since I don't settle down as an old man now, I'm good to go.
Ain't nobody being true.
You did cheat.
Here it is. Hey,
you lived outside the district.
Everybody's cheating.
Yep.
The ones that are not sitting at home for the playoff.
True.
The AHSA don't even care no more.
They don't.
Well, the AHSA's got a big thing today. Ain't they got the reveal party today?
At 9 o'clock. They do it every year, though. They do the AHSA preview show every.
Yeah, they're revealing the teams in the playoffs.
Go eat now. Can I get some of that party? They party?
They ain't got a party like the Breakfast Club.
Oh.
I guarantee they ain't got the food like the Breakfast Club down here in Western City.
Western City's got the best breakfast.
Yep.
Best. The King say the best.
I'd almost say
that is good. I hate it because I don't get my normal portion this morning because I ain't got gluten intolerance.
Hey, but I'll say this.
Getting old, so.
I'll say this, King. I like eating down here about as much as I do Mason's barbecue now.
Time out. Speaking of Mason's barbecue, you done went on. You know the hometown Yellow Jackets traveled up to Jacksonville yesterday. Busy night for you, King.
Hold up. Let me say this, and I got to blame myself. I goes on Facebook and posts. The Yellow Jackets are coming in town. Stop by Mason's barbecue and see me before you go to the game. I said that.
Yeah. Shouldn't have done it.
Shouldn't have done it.
Be careful what you ask for, boy.
Yeah.
One of them Yellow Jackets showed up and showed out. I'm talking about, bud, they were packed up in there. Listen, I thank all of you. I appreciate y'all coming to show me the King some love. But like I said,
hey, wait, before you, since you're trying to promote yourself, wait for a minute, because Scotty's over here eating. That's all you can hear on the live feed is him.
That's so good.
A whole biscuit on there.
All right, so finish what you were saying, though. Show out. Busy?
The people, yes, real busy, and I love every bit of it, and I appreciate the
people that came in.
Hometown people came in. Our folks.
Okay, cool.
Now, let me say this now. You got to be careful. Sometimes people get upset, but they already know where my roots at.
Yeah.
And people know I show everybody coming in the door love. I asked them to show up, come to get something to eat before they come go to the game, and they did. I'm talking about some of them. I got pictures of some. I couldn't get a picture of all of them because I was back there frying
Too
fish.
quick.
Yeah.
It was too much. It was just a lot. Tracy Adcock just walked in the building. I know the best breakfast down here. There she go. And she got a list that she posts every game time, too. You don't want to be on her list. My girl, that's my girl.
So going back to last night, some big storylines going into the night. 4A Region 4, three-way tie. Mumford essentially could not get in because they could not win a tiebreaker. But going into the night, Cleveland County, White Plains needed some help. They needed to defeat Westbrook Christian. They needed Northside to lose, and they needed Cleveland County to lose.
Yeah.
But Cleveland County had one mission. Their mission was go in to the Hill, defeat Welborn, you're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You ain't got to worry about anything else or anybody else.
And,
they went in, they strode into the Hill
and
and
beat
defeated
them.
Wellborn. Yeah.
They did what they had to do, so I
Yeah,
know.
Do what you got to do. And, you know, on paper, that looked like a game that Cleveland County couldn't win.
Yeah.
Cleveland County's been up and down. Some games I've watched them play, they looked really good.
Yeah.
Other games, they looked not so good.
Yeah.
But I think you can say the same thing with Wellborn right now.
Yeah, they started off
Wellborn is-
slow.
Yeah, like, I mean, here, like they did the same thing essentially. I think that they did against Wellborn. I mean, against Sachs the week before.
Yeah.
And tried to claw their way back in it late.
Yeah.
But was at one point Wellborn was up 8-7, got down 28-8, and then tried to claw back into it, but just too little, too late.
Yeah, ran out of
for the
time.
Wellborn
Yeah.
Panthers. But
My question is, how long, I don't know, and I may be way off on this, but how long has it been since Cleveland County went into the Hill and won a big game like that?
Yeah, because it's been a while. Cause
I would think it's been a while.
I didn't think it would start this time soon. Cause I'm looking at the last 2 times.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Played.
Yeah.
Played. Didn't kind of play. They didn't play.
But, you know,
Yeah.
that's them old crosstown rivalries that we talk about that play back in the day every year. And for them to go to Wellborn on the Hill, get it done, get in the playoffs, kudos to the Cleveland County guys.
Yeah.
And I know Charlie's gonna keep us on track, but I didn't want to step over the line. I want you to hurry up and get to that Tank kid, cause I got to brag on him. And his dad, you know what I'm saying, he always let me know that he's on deck for grilling.
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna put him on my team.
I don't know if his dad can cook, but I know that Tank was cooking the other night.
Yeah.
I know that.
Tank was on fire one.
Yeah,
He
what?
was all in his bag the other night.
What, almost 400 yards rushing,
5
touchdowns, and
I ran the ball good when I was in high school, but listen to me. When I tell you 400 yards in one game, almost 400 yards in one game, I wasn't able to do that.
Did you say that? That's the first time I heard you say I wasn't able to do
I wasn't
something.
able to do that. Now,
There was a reason why I wasn't.
he took me out at halftime. Man, that's the truth, boy.
I knew there was the catch.
Hey, time out. Can we earmark this and make sure we remember the time that Gary admitted he wasn't able to do something?
And I gave you the reason why. The man that's in charge, which is the head coach.
Y'all was getting beat so bad he took y'all out at halftime?
No, we were man. But listen, now, get the spotlight off the kid. Tank, congratulations, man. Hell of a running back, man.
Yeah.
Over 2,000 yards rushing on the year. And we talked about this a little bit last night. Like, not a year that Mumford is accustomed to having. And like their
Well, they
coaching,
have been the last.
yeah.
their coaching staff would tell you like not up to where they want to be at. But Tank was a bright spot for them, and he'll be back next year. He's only a junior.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that until about halfway through the year. I thought he was a senior.
Yeah.
Because he's done it for 2 years now, been a guy that everybody's kind of talked about a little bit. Always, like, before this year, everybody on that Mumford team was kind of overshadowed a little bit by Sylvester.
yeah.
I'm thankful that he's able to get the credit he does,
Yeah.
because he's been a good running back for them for 2
Yeah.
years. He's a guy that runs hard and does a lot for that team. And so,
Yeah, because I don't even know if Sylvester had 2,000 yards.
no, I don't know. Not rushing.
Yeah.
Not rushing.
Hey, you think Mumford's going to be able to hold on to Tank?
Yeah, in a world where
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, they would.
before y'all get us all in trouble and go down a rabbit hole, before y'all even go there, we're not. But here's the thing.
That's a question.
That's not. No, that's a
He
question
asked that
for.
question.
That's a question for another show. Tank. Okay, great family.
Yeah, I
Like
ain't
dad.
talking
No,
about
the
that.
dad. No, okay. Dad is more like, and I've seen him talk about this on Facebook.
Yeah.
Hey, he's at Mumford. He spent his whole year there. Look, Tank. The thing y'all don't understand about Tank is Tank. He loves football, but Tank does a lot of things. Like Tank, a great student. Like involved,
community
I've seen pictures
stuff.
of him at the church, like doing different community stuff. Like Tank got more than just football. Like some of us, myself, like all we had was football. Tank got a lot more than football. Like Tank is a smart kid, like SGA club, all this stuff, and like he spent his whole career at Mumford. And I saw his daddy say, if we leave now, what are we learning? What we leave when
and
times get tough. Like,
Yeah.
and
If
that's,
it-
hey, I'm telling. It was a great question because
Yeah.
that's a rare mindset.
Yeah,
That's a rare commodity in this day and time.
Yeah.
What was the question?
Never
Now,
say
that was the
never.
question.
Can Mumford stay? Can Mumford keep him?
The
Never
question
say
was-
never.
Listen, the question was, can Mumford keep Tank? Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying everything you said is correct about the kid and his dad. I read the same thing you said you read about
Yeah.
his dad too. Outstanding family and everything. What I said was, can they hold it? Now you know for a fact it don't have anything to do with them folks coming at him because they'll come
Yeah.
all over. Hey, can we get you? If the family say, hey, you gonna stay here and play here, that comes from the family.
Yeah.
I said it on Facebook too. I can't never tell a person what to send their kids. You can't. You can't tell another man what to do. Like, I hate to say it and bring up the names, but you know, I'm not gonna say the name. But
That
you
on
know,
the
Yeah.
don't do that.
when you decide, but I had to come back and tell that father, me and him talk. We went on no Facebook talk. We talked face to face on the phone. He called me and I talked with him and say, man, you do what's best for your family. I don't have anything to do with that. But when I'm talking about a program, you never be, bigger than the program.
Yeah.
Nobody is bigger than the program. If
I don't know. It
so,
hurt a
just-
couple of years ago when all them kids left Oxford.
Yeah, but we got a band-aid and went on. I don't see you get hit in the mouth and get right back up.
You want to go?
Yeah. His mom posted too that they wasn't going nowhere. So yeah.
And kudos to the kid that's decided I'm gonna stay there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it's-
Looking at some scores from last night, King, a score that you had to be pleased with: the Oxford Yellow Jackets 36, the Jacksonville Golden Eagles 7.
I'm glad you said that.
I think in that ball game,
Oxford just had too much for Jacksonville
the
last
thing that
night.
stood out to me was Oxford's speed on
Yeah.
both sides of the football.
Yeah.
Also, the thing that stood out to me, coaches don't get enough praise, but I believe that game plan by Oxford's offensive staff
Yeah.
was a great game plan.
Yeah.
No, you saw what Kamari Hampton can do. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
First off, he's one-on-one against anybody in the state. He's going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah.
All right. But watching the game, it felt like that Jacksonville felt like they needed to keep everybody in the box and to stop the run game as well, and that hurt them early in the ball game.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Kamari Hampton, we know what he can do, but just getting guys in space.
Yeah.
Like-
DK Wilson.
Yeah, DK Wilson.
He had a good night.
Figuring out ways to get guys
Yeah.
in space, throwing the little check down to the back, throwing the screen,
Yeah.
figuring out a way. Anytime you can figure out a way to get DK Wilson the ball, that's a good idea
Yeah.
because that kid can play. He's electric
Yeah.
with the ball in his hands
He
as well.
is.
He's a guy that.
Last night, too.
Yeah, I want to know what, and I'm going to try to reach out, Coach, make sure he's okay. I'm hoping it was just a stinger, which I don't even know if we call things stingers anymore. I think we done, but back in the day, we got stingers all the time.
And we rubbed it out.
But I hope it wasn't more. I hope it wasn't AC joint or
Let me
anything.
say
I hope it was
this.
just
Last
something.
night before
Nobody see on the field.
last night before the game, I went over and I was talking to Coach Adams, and he said, "I'm gonna show that boy yours." It's always saying I'm a slow starter and all that.
He said,
He said, "I'm gonna show
Yeah,
him
but
tonight."
first off, he didn't say that. Second off,
He didn't say that.
second off,
He
that's a
said
lie.
that.
Because Oxford came out on fire last
Yeah.
night. I mean, forget about the slow start.
I love the.
They're getting better and better. Oxford's playing better and better each week.
They are.
They throwing downfield.
Yep.
You got a kid, like this guy we talking about. We got a kid that we can throw the ball downfield, throw it downfield, if you get a pass in the field or whatever, let's spread it out.
He ain't
Then
going-
He gonna open up. Oh, he gonna get
He
it.
ain't gonna get it on me like
He
that.
did, but hey, look.
So at Hampton?
He dominated.
Yeah.
He dominated.
He
last
did.
night. Listen, they took
I
advantage
ain't
of
gonna
that.
lie, he gonna do whatever he wants to him. I seen him. I seen him with that bone spur in his foot, waddling around
I ain't gonna
waddling,
do that now.
waddling around the buffet earlier.
Give me a couple
Hey,
weeks.
hey, look, he get off the line. He gonna give that 1-2. He done.
Put them hands on
Put my hand on. We put a hand on.
Hey, what they gonna be doing is come and get me, come and get me.
But I'm glad that
Defensive holding.
you showing this right here. But I saw people, and this is the God honest. Listen, I've seen people that's from Jacksonville, graduated from Jacksonville, played ball at Jacksonville, post last night on Facebook that Oxford is too big of a school to be playing Jacksonville. That's not true.
Tell them back in the day.
Last year was a one-score game.
I'm going live on this right here now to tell you. Last year, Jacksonville almost beat us in Oxford. But this the thing. We'll never have these hometown rivalries if we start talking Oxford is too big. Cause I'm telling you right now, we don't give you 2 years, Jacksonville. Now I want the next one, pull some more out the hat. Cause Anderson is still asking to get that same kind of whooping. And I'm tired of them, man. I want all of them put their hand. I'm going to the superintendent office Monday, and I'm gonna start putting names out the hat. Cause I want all of them to get a taste of this here. We're gonna start whooping everybody but around here until y'all stop asking.
Guys, I just want to tell y'all that is strictly from Gary. That does not reflect the rest of TV24. We look. If you from Anniston, Jacksonville, if you from Talladega, if you from Milford, Sachs, Alexandria, well, we love you. We would still love for you to run ads with us. We would still love for you to run ads with us. We got to have more businesses than just the businesses in Oxford for us to succeed. So we want to say that the King's thoughts do not reflect the rest of TV24.
Let me say it, y'all.
You said it. You already said it. You already said it.
He just dislikes y'all a little bit.
There's not one school in this county that keep asking about playing Oxford. We're gonna play. Then when we start whooping on your head,
I wish
since we digging ourselves a hole, let me dig ourselves out of it. If you got any body shop issues, call Jacksonville Body Shop up in Jacksonville. Jacksonville, he may not like your football team, but he likes setting up in his business in Jacksonville. He likes having his car and worked on in Jacksonville. Call Jacksonville Body Shop. They will be glad to take care of you. One of our sponsors for the Saturday Morning Breakfast Club. We want to thank them for what they do.
Let me say this.
Money boy.
Y'all can still go to Mason Barbecue.
Ain't got nothing to do with
Might
Mason
have a
Barbecue.
little bad taste in your mouth now, but get that barbecue in there and take it out. Take it out. You'll forget it. The Gary said that.
Don't have the King said it. Don't
Forget
have
the King said
the
it.
King gonna say it again. This don't have anything to do with Mason Barbecue. It's the ones that's been calling that they want to play with them Yellow Jackets. Every time you get whooped, you gonna get talked about. Anything in this county that wants to bring them on, put their hat.
I don't think anybody wants to play the Yellow Jackets in this county other than Anniston.
I'm talking to them.
I mean, Alexandria wanted it a couple years ago.
We ain't gonna go by year. If you want it, you're gonna want it. You're gonna want it when you're good and want it when you're bad.
Here's the thing about it. Like Austin Campbell kind of said it best. His senior year, we won 12 ball games. We were actually, we didn't win no 12 ball games. I think he lied about that. We won 10 ball games. We went 10-4. We were 7-3 in the regular season. Lost some games in the middle of the year that we shouldn't have lost. Our best defensive player was hurt. We still shouldn't have lost. No, it was Austin Campbell when I was coaching at Mumford. All right, we won 10 ball games. Was a state semifinalist. We were pretty good. And Oxford won 3 ball games that year. But he said it best. When 4A and 6A, we kind of saw it last night. Yeah. Their depth, all that stuff. People may want to play, but like it's tough when you there's dudes. Like last night, you talked about Keenan Britt didn't play a whole lot.
Yeah.
He nursing an ankle injury, I believe. I don't know that for sure just from what I saw. But there's guys that step up. The depth that you have at a 6A school is
a lot better than
a 4A school. I've experienced that. And we saw that. Speaking of that, and Ohatchee didn't play last night, but Ohatchee had a great year up until they started having injuries.
Yeah.
Whenever you lose your best player, there's not just a guy that can step in and play for that guy.
Yeah.
And so, but Austin said it best. Like even that year when we won 10 ball game state semifinal team, it would have still been a tough game for us to roll in and beat Oxford in like 2015 football season. It was still because of the depth and the level of play. I mean,
But look, that's why we like to have you on this show. Because you break it down and give them that little technology part of that. But let me get back to the technology. Let me get back down here where the chicken can get it at. Don't ask for something, and when we give it to you, you get mad. Now, Mumford asked for Oxford. We went down there, and I mean the line went from McDonald's and Oxford all the way down to Mumford. That's how, and it was packed house. That was good.
But this will tell you though, I believe the strides that Oxford's made from last year to this year. Last year, I think Jackson was better this year than what they were last year.
Yeah.
And I think that last year it was a close ball game. It was a one-possession ball game.
Yeah.
And this year it never was. It never
It
felt like
it wasn't close.
From the first kickoff to the end of the ball game, it never felt like it was much of a ball game.
Let me tell you something. Going into the playoff, I love to see us moving like that. But when I say us, I'm talking about my Yellow Jackets. I don't know if Buckethead wants all I was including.
Well, here's the thing about it. Like, Oxford had a couple of those moments this year to get them back refocused, and like one of those refocused games, I think, made them realize, hey, if we play the way we're capable of playing, if we listen to our coaches, if we do things day in, day out that we're supposed to do, we can play with anybody.
Yeah.
Because the Clay Chalkville game, like Warren Mullins last night talked about, like they were in that ball game a couple of plays away
here and there,
from that being, and that's perennial power in Class 6A that everybody feels like has a chance to win a state championship or at least come out of the North.
Yeah.
So Oxford, in the Hartsville game and that game, those are two ball games to get refocused. I think Jacksonville uses last night's game to kind of refocus, work on the basics, get back going again for the playoffs because they're going to have to draw some things up differently.
Yeah, they are.
And I don't know if Jacksonville will face a defensive front and linebacker core that will get after you like Oxford's will.
Yeah, because they was like full speed last night. Oxford was.
We were watching some of it when they got in for sure passing downs. Those guys were coming off the edge.
They were.
I mean, and it was
just
speed rush.
And Olga had to show his versatility last night. You know, he escaped a couple of times. Yeah, he can run. He's on the run. But you know, Oxford, like I said, they was full force. They was like focused. And that's like we're going to show them what we can do.
But Mason Mims showed why he's a Power 5 guy last night. But there's a lot of people that's probably going to try to take shots at Ogle that didn't watch the game or don't know football.
Yeah.
Ogle was doing everything he could to try. Like there was a couple of times he was running for his life. There was a couple of times where he scrambled. And Coach Adams even talked about it on his halftime interview, trying to not let him stand in there on his platform, trying to get him moving, having to throw on the run. But he showed that he could throw on the run, and sometimes he got let down by drops. Like I'm not mentioning names on that. And so, but Oxford did a good job of forcing him into some bad situations, the game plan, and forcing him into some throws that he normally wouldn't make. But Jim Ogle is a really good player that everybody in this area would like to have on his team.
I agree.
Find the person that's going to say
Let's move to the next game.
All right, so the next game, Pell City and Springville, another one-score loss for Rush Probst and the Pell City Panthers. Pell City finishes the year 1-9 after a forfeit, 2-8 on the field. What are our thoughts about Pell City going into year 2?
I think they're headed in the right direction. Like Rush's Coach Probst he has that like a college program now. The kids eating 3 meals a day, staying in the hotels on away visits. So I think they're headed in the right direction. It's going to take them a couple more years to get, I think, where he wants to get with that program.
Think about this. We talk about that. They went 8-2. I mean 2-8 on the field.
Yeah.
Well, 6 of their 7 losses. I mean, 7 of their 8 losses.
One possession game.
One possession game.
Yeah. I mean, he got them heading in the right direction.
One possession game.
But Springville, what about Springville, y'all? Like Springville, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Springville Pell City's only win last year?
May have been.
But you think about that, and I'm pulling up their schedule to actually look at their losses.
Well, you got coaching that Springville.
I can't remember his name. We did their
when you pull it up.
But Pell City, you look at their season. They lost a one-score game to Moody, 28-24, when Moody was at full strength. They lost a one-score game to Leeds, 30-23. Leeds beat Centerpoint 22-0 the other night. They lost to Clay Chalkville by a lot. A lot of people did.
Yeah.
They beat Centerpoint on the field. They lost a two-score game that was a one-score game late to Eufaula that they were actually leading at one time. One-score game to Oxford, one-score game to Shades Valley, one-score game to Pinson Valley, one-score game to Springville. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 out of their 8 losses were by one score.
Yeah.
So tough. And then the Eufaula game was a 14-point ball game that, like I said, Pell City was actually up late in the ball game and gave up 2 late scores. So
now I want to say this, though. We've seen the Pell City team. We all sat at this table seen the Pell City team. How many dogs they have?
They got some dogs. They got a dog pound.
No.
No.
They got
How many
they-
dogs did they
That
have?
front
They got
line,
Gross.
listen, that front
They
line-
had one dog.
No,
They got-
no,
they
They
had Gro-
moved into quarterback.
Yeah, they got.
And that one dog put that team on his
no.
shoulder.
Without listen, without that
Springville's
front line,
coach is John Clements, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, I know
Without
him.
that front line, without that offensive
Well,
front line,
I'm
them
not gonna
dogs.
tell-
I'm not gonna listen. They got some dogs on it. That front line is huge.
Yeah,
They
they-
nasty. They do good. But what that boy you talking about? That quarterback slash running back
Slash receiver.
everything, slash receiver makes that happen. But you got to have somebody up there blocking for him.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the problem. Here's the problem
He got
with that. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be wrong, but Gross is a senior, correct?
Yes.
All right, we saw them play.
You lose Gross off that team?
They
Yeah.
got
What do
somebody.
they have coming up?
I know they got a lineman that's really good. I'm 55, but as far as skill players,
They
I
got
don't
some
know.
linemen that look okay. That
Yeah.
are good players. Like
Yeah.
you're right about that. They were big
Yeah.
up front. They were nasty.
Yeah.
They played. Like offensive line was not their problem.
Yeah.
Most teams'
Is-
offensive line's the problem.
Yeah.
Their problem is they don't have a lot of skill players
players.
on offensive or defense.
Yeah.
But where are they coming from?
They
Like-
come get some. Y'all don't want me going down the rabbit hole. Y'all asked me what you said. What's our thoughts on Pell City going in? And you never just skipped over me. You went from over here to
I was
that over
afraid
there.
what you were going, because I knew you
Well,
were
I
going
was
to go down
getting
this
ready to
road.
tell you.
What's
you
your thought?
What's my thought?
King.
Y'all know Western Silver got baloney down here. Baloney. Good baloney too, boy. Can I get some more?
Let me just say this about the about Pell City. Give him a transfer portal next year, a legal transfer portal. I'm not
Yeah.
talking about illegal.
Is there such thing?
Yeah, they're legal. We got one to go short right now.
It's legal.
So it's legal. So
Hey, time out. That is not final, by the way.
Huh?
They still, I mean, like, the
You
HSA
supposed-
still has
you
not made a
supposed to
decision
came
on that.
But listen, you supposed to been giving me some information last week when we got off the air. You ain't gave it to me yet.
but here's what I
Quit
tell
holding on to
you.
all these secrets.
Give him another year. He's going to get what he wants in there.
yeah.
And Pell City will be for real. They'll be able to play. Why you got it so bad?
All right, let me, before we go any further, let me give y'all a break and acknowledge some of our sponsors. We want to thank Cameron Rodney Minton at Minton Home Center for being a sponsor of the show. We're sorry that you're on a black screen right now.
My bad.
We want to thank Advantage Tire and Auto and what they do. Go visit Bruce and Brandon and them in Welborn right off of 202. And they will take care of you for all your auto needs, especially tires. They have new and used tires. Anything you would like, they got it. I'm trying to figure out why we continue to go off the black screen knowing we don't have the commercials put in. That's why I'm trying to do this without having it, but they're not in there.
Who took them out?
They had
Yeah,
never
but
been
when
in
you
there.
went out a
They
week,
don't,
when
they
you were gone
don't
for
stay
2
in there. We tried it last week.
Vacation.
They stay in.
They don't
Tell
stay
me
in there.
that.
Obviously, they don't stay in there. Combat Park, if you want a fun experience, they've added a bunch of stuff at Combat Park. I have to go by there all the time. And so
They
make
got
sure
something
you
going on right now.
make sure you go and visit the guys over at Combat Park.
I
And then
guess
also, if you need something moved from one place to the other, make sure you call Mikey Webb and Webb, or Michael Webb. I can't call him Mikey anymore because he's a businessman now. Michael Webb and Webb Logistics to get your stuff moved from one place to the other. We want to thank our sponsors for making the Saturday morning breakfast club happen. Going forward, looking at some other scores, Lincoln, 37-7 defeat to Beauregard. You know, we talked about it last night, and like not trying to say anything
Negative.
negative.
Yeah.
But man, like
Like I say,
Is this
Lincoln's.
the Beauregard that Silicaca beat?
I think so.
That boy going down there in Biloxi.
I don't know if Silicaca beat Beauregard. I think they got beat by one score.
They were leading though a lot most of that game,
Yeah.
which I ain't taking nothing from Silicaca. They beat Piedmont last night. We'll get to that in a minute.
I just feel like Lincoln's not playing in sync right now at all.
Well, I mean, we've seen Lincoln's superstar dominate Jacksonville last night.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, that kind of hurts too.
That's a superstar.
That hurts too.
Bro.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're being honest.
Actually, and then
Beauregard beat Silicaca 39-38.
Okay.
That's what.
And then Beauregard, as of now, would take on Gus Shores next week in the first round of the playoffs.
Ow.
Beauregard, go ahead on, get your basketball uniform. Starch.
Air in the ball.
But I just,
Sweep the
you know,
gym floor.
injuries happen, things happen. But when you look at them, like skill player wise, they've got some skill players.
Yeah.
I think offensive line play is something that's probably got to get better.
Look,
Yeah.
this is the Breakfast Club. We keep it real, and so let's just put it right here.
Put it on tape.
Is
We
Coach
might be able to
is
do it.
Coach Zutter any Zutter?
Yeah,
Is
Zedeker.
Coach Zutter on the hot seat? I need to know. Come
I
on,
don't
let's
think
answer that.
so.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, I mean,
It's football, man. Listen.
Hey,
you can win games and lose
Is
games.
Coach Zutter and Lincoln
I
on
don't.
the
Why
hot
are we
seat?
doing this? Why are we doing this? Like,
I just
first off, like, okay, first off, time out.
Yeah.
Time out. All right, like these coaches, we're not talking about coaches that are making a killing. I know what he makes in Talladega County. They don't pay their coaches near enough.
I ask a
All right,
simple question to the guys.
but you asking questions that we need to be asking about college coaches, not high school coaches.
Oh.
These guys take enough grief without people that are supposed to be professionals on here saying, "Are they on the hot seat?" Like being an
just wanna
ex-coach,
know.
being an ex-coach,
Don't
being
let it
an
get
ex-coach,
personal.
being an ex-coach, it got
Don't
personal.
look good on you.
You know, it don't look good on you for asking that question about a man
But
that's coaching a
everybody
high
wants to
school
know.
team. But that's not our job to do. It's not our job to
let me
ask
ask-
that.
all right, so let me
That's
ask
not
you
our
this.
job.
Okay,
All right, so
That's not our job.
Calm down. Come on.
Let
with
they
this.
do it.
All right,
Let them do
Let
it.
me ask you a question. So
Let me take the best player off your team and see how good
Ain't
you
got
are.
no team.
Matter of fact, how many baseball games did you win the year I moved back to Oxford?
Not a lot.
Okay,
You were the
then
best
let me
on
take
this
the
team.
best player off of your team and let's see what you do.
I was on the hot seat.
Like you saw the guy. He's their best player. He's in black and gold, but it's the wrong black and gold now. So let's don't ask that
I was
question.
on the hot seat.
Right.
Let's don't ask that question.
It's the right black and gold because he's playing on the right
Man,
team.
like, that man did Kamari Hampton did what he thought was best for him, and it's worked out really well
That's
for
right.
him.
That's what
But
he
here's the thing: let me take the best player off your team, and let's see how you do.
That's
Like,
the
let's
question.
don't ask those questions on this show.
I was on the hot seat.
You was not on the hot seat.
You on now?
You were not on the hot seat. Like I hear what y'all are saying.
Let me ask you this right here. Since you said it's rules and regulations on this show. So
I ain't no
high
rules.
school, that's a rule.
There ain't no rules and regulations. I didn't say there was
you
rules
just
and
said- you
regulations.
said
I
you
just
can't
said we
say that
tread
about a high school
lightly.
coach. I can't. We ain't never been to tread lightly, but I'm just saying high school coaches are off limits on that. You can start about college coaches. That's basically what you're saying.
I'm saying that college coaches, if you
They
want
don't
to chew out Hugh Freeze, chew him out. The man's making too much money for our offense to look anemic half the year. Like, I got in trouble on Facebook for chewing him out. Like, if you want to chew out Nick Saban for his decisions, have at it, making a lot of money. But a high school coach is
Can
getting
I-
a $10,000 supplement
Coach, can I
to
ask
spend
you this?
his whole entire year
Coach, settle down.
with
I don't
with
want
his
you-
players more than he spends it with his family.
Hold on.
We ain't doing that.
Can I ask you this?
$10,000.
Can I ask you this question? Is that a bad loss for Lincoln?
Any loss is bad.
it is.
But Beauregard is a team that made it to like the second or third round of the playoffs last year.
So
We're
that's
gonna
not a
act
bad loss
We're not going
then.
to act like that Lincoln's football program is on the same level as Beauregard. We're not going to act like that. We're not going to sit here and act like that they
All
got.
right, so that's the question. Okay. Are they're not on the same level? That's what you
Obviously, but 37-7.
You
They
can't say that about Lincoln. You can't say that about
I can say it about a program. I'm not talking about an
I'm
individual.
playing.
I'm thinking, this is my point behind that Lincoln game right there. I'm telling you, it's football. You're going to win games, you're going to lose games. Coaches are going to coach, and kids got to play up to their
Potential.
ability,
Yeah.
potential. That's right. If they don't, they're going to lose. If they play to the good standard, if that team across over there is better than you, you're going to lose.
Here's what I want. Here's my thing.
In and night.
Here's my thing. Here's my thing right here. Here's what I got to say.
I can't say.
Here,
what
no,
you're doing now.
here's what I gotta say. Whether or not it's time for a coach to go or not, that ain't on us. That ain't
Well, we
on
didn't-
us.
we
That's
didn't
on.
call
That's
that.
on the school system.
Yeah.
Let's let the school system ask
We
those
didn't make that
questions.
call.
You just ask the question.
Was
though.
he on the hot
Don't do
seat?
that. Don't do that to a guy. Don't make a seat that might be hot even.
I'm
hotter.
asking Lincoln fans.
I say he's
I'm
not.
asking
I don't
Lincoln
want-
fans. What they're? I mean, listen, it's out there.
Yeah, but it ain't
It's
for
out
you
there.
to ask. Let them talk about it. I
okay.
promise you, if they're mad, they're talking about it on. They're
Yeah.
talking about it on.
Oh, they talking about it.
on whatever. Here's the thing about it. Here's the thing about it. Let me tell you, the last coaches since Keith Howard, who went 33-23, 8-13, 7-5, 6-6, 19-26, 33-41. Let's don't act like Lincoln's been winning year in, year out. Like, let's don't act like that they've been a dominant program year in, year out.
That's why I said he's not. Because some fact is
So
you got to win or lose.
So you feel like they just used to losing?
I didn't say like they're used to losing. I didn't say that they're not used to losing. You don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say that. You the one that asking about hot seat, all that stuff. You the one.
Coach Robert Herring came to Oxford, and I'm telling you right now, the Oxford folks want to fire him off the rip because he wasn't Burgess and he wasn't winning from the start.
Yeah.
You remember that?
He was glad he got in the region he got in.
Yeah.
Because that region he got in was full of lettuce, and he could win.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But my thing about that is, they were calling for his head Oxford. And then look, the guy come back and win how many state championships? Then they start putting his name on buildings.
Oh, I thought you was talking about the young.
I wasn't talking about. No,
he came from Lincoln.
I wasn't talking about him.
Let's don't go there.
I'm talking about his dad.
Let's don't go there neither.
Because
He went to the third round of the playoffs
I know.
and had multiple 10-win seasons.
Big wins.
So let's
Yeah,
not act like that.
I wasn't talking about him. I'm talking about his dad. His dad, they were calling for his.
Let's
Well,
move
hey,
on to the next
listen.
game.
Listen. I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna put this out there. High school football is difficult because you got to play with what you got.
That's right.
All right, you got to play with what you got.
And injuries key in sponsors.
But there was a college coach that went and coached college that coached for a national championship that people were trying to run off in Oxford. So let's don't go there. Let's don't go there. You coach with what you got.
What did I just
You coach
say?
with what you got.
You got to. And look, no one at this table are able to pick a coach or fire a coach.
I'm glad that you made my blood pressure go way up this
You
morning.
did good.
But I'm
Picked me
gonna
off.
let you know.
Made me mad.
I'm gonna let you know. If you fall
Coaching
out,
his fraternity, he forgot about that.
listen. If you fall out,
I just call it the way I see it.
if you fall out up here, your dad probably gonna be the one that breathe down your throat.
Oh, no.
He ain't doing it.
He gone.
And I smell his
He
morning
gone.
breath. I don't want
He's
that.
going to be gone.
All right, just
Better
let
hope
me go.
Dex is
I
good.
know where I'm going. Let me go.
Let's go to the next game. Go to the next game. What about this game?
45-27.
Try to do the upper room only.
45-27. Listen, y'all, this is a big deal. Southside Gaston, the number 18 in Class 5A, wins the region with that win last night. Look, that was a closer game than what I thought, though.
Yeah.
I think Etowah was actually up early in the ball game, and Southside stormed back. But the job that Coach Holcomb is doing at Southside, unbelievable.
Yes.
Coach Justin Bowen doing a great job there.
Especially losing that quarterback, too, early in the season.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
I don't think
No,
so.
he tore ACL. Gage Neesmith, still a guy. I actually saw an article this morning talking about him being a guy that's still contributing on the sidelines and helping the younger guys out. So 45-27, a great win for Southside. A big deal for them to win that region, who we've seen is really, really good.
Yeah.
Like I said, Leeds with a big win over Center Point. Moody's getting healthy at the right time.
Yeah.
That region's going to be dangerous. But when we talk about 5A North,
Ramsey.
Pleasant Grove, Ramsey, Arab, Gunnersville, Scottsboro, Leeds, Southside.
In the fourth quarter, they were getting beat.
John
In the
Carroll,
fourth quarter.
8-2. John Carroll, 8-2.
My preacher, his assistant principal, John Carroll.
That's big.
Cool.
For John Carroll, that is a big year, right?
Yeah, that's a good year for them.
Now
But
they're the number 3 team in that region with they're the number 3 team in that region with Ramsey, Pleasant
Wow.
Grove. They actually beat Winona.
hey, but going back to that score you was talking about, them trailing, they were actually trailing. Southside was trailing Etowah 27-24 in the fourth quarter.
Oh, wow.
In the fourth quarter, 27-24, and reeled off
22?
21 on that point.
Yeah.
But so a big win for
I don't know.
Southside.
I don't know
Congratulations
what happened that game.
on that. Going to the next score, Central Clay County and Wetumpka.
Big win, bad loss.
Yeah,
big win, big loss.
I'm hearing, and I don't know the truth, but I'm hearing they had a pretty crucial injury last night.
Central Clay?
I'm hearing that Damian Boyd went down with an injury. I don't know the full extent. I'm hoping it's not to the extent that I heard. But LaDamian Boyd, the running back we've talked about, he was one of Dex's dudes early in the year. that would be a really tough loss for the Central Clay Volunteers going to the 5A state playoffs.
Yeah, big time loss. I mean, kid's really good, has next level potential.
Dang, man, I hate to hear that about any kid that get hurt. But I'm gonna let you know, you can't be jumping on Weac Tomful like that. Don't y'all know my casino down there?
Hey, Danny Horn is he the most winningest, or is he pushing toward the most winningest?
He's pushing, I
coach in the state
think.
of Alabama?
He's right behind
I think he's right behind
Curtis, Coach
he's
Curtis.
still the only one active, though, I think.
Coach Curtis is.
Yeah.
Terry Curtis has
Curtis, that's right.
354 wins. Danny Horn has 351. This is pretty cool right here. Speaking of that, those two guys will actually, if everything stands as it is now, those two guys should meet up in the first round of the Class 5A playoffs. And so,
wow, that's pretty neat. The two winningest coaches in the
I'm
state
friends with what's
are
his
going
name.
to meet up in the first round. Glad I brought that
But,
up.
and so,
Morrison.
but hey,
What's his
here's the
mom?
thing
Let's see.
about it. Like both of those coaches, I don't think Danny Horn's going to do it much longer. And Terry Curtis definitely is not going to do it much longer. But the next guy is Paul Benefield. Paul Benefield has 346 all-time wins, so he's not far behind, and it don't look like Paul Benefield's going to be slowing down anytime soon.
And he's done that in about 346 games he's had?
He's won 346 games.
He's done all them in pair of blue jeans.
No, he actually
That's it
wears
right there.
khakis when they make it to the state
Does
championship.
he really?
Yeah.
Good job.
Coach Adams said, shout out to the Breakfast Club here. He said,
Coach loved
he enjoyed watching the guys on Saturday morning. Thank you guys. We appreciate what we do.
Coach.
Little shout out. See, he forget.
He heard me talking about taking up for the coaches. That's
No,
what
no,
he
no.
heard. Yeah.
No, what it was
Take it up for
is
no
I told
coaches.
him when Coach talked to me last night before the game.
He didn't talk to
And
me
he
last
said,
night before the game.
I got to show that boy that thinks we start slow.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Don't
And he-
talk about Gary like that.
And he came. I didn't know if he said my boy was slow or.
He know you at radio, AM, FM. He might be excellent.
So, congratulations to Coach Adams. Them. They came out of the gate swinging. I mean, if that was a boxing match, they had 3 knockdowns in the first round.
Yeah.
3 knockdowns in the first round.
3 knockdowns in the first round means over with, TKO.
Well, that was a TKO. We just finished the match. The guy, Jacksonville didn't know I hit
He
him.
look like that. He was doing him like that. That ain't my partner over there.
All right.
He's doing him in the kind of way.
All right, going to the next game. Piedmont.
Shocker to me. I honestly didn't see this.
I did.
A lot of us picked Piedmont other than Dex. Dex picked Sylacauga. I thought Piedmont would get it done, but like we said, Sylacauga had a lot. That was their season. Piedmont still has the playoffs. So, and I think they won. I think it went to overtime, and I think that Sylacauga might have went for 2 in overtime to win it.
Yeah.
But Sylacauga with a big win, 2 wins in a row for Coach Schmedley, and so a great win for them to finish out their year. And we talked about how winning the last game the year before can kind of springboard you into the next year.
Into the spring.
That is definitely a big win for Sylacauga. Congratulations to Coach Schmedley and them on that.
Do you think that Piedmont try to pull back a little bit? They don't want to get nobody hurt because they're going.
You know, you never know. We kind of talked about that. I kind of mentioned that. Like, you look at scores in Week 10, and some teams may do some things differently. Like, the Leeds Center Point score on Thursday night surprised me, 22-0 Leeds over Center Point. But how much did Center Point actually rest, or what did they? So you never know. And so scores can be deceiving at times, and matchups can be deceiving at times. Like, sometimes you look at, well, this team did this against this team. Well, that team matched up with that team, and then that's why you see so many 3-way ties, or this team beats this team, which turn around and beat that team, which that team beat that team. That's why you see that, because matchups are for real in high school football.
Yeah.
And you talked about, like, Cleburne County. They matched up well, obviously, against Welborn because it was 2 similar styles in what they try to do. So
because that score really surprised me, because I was basing on the Cleveland County team I saw against White Plains. So, and obviously it was a different team came to the hill.
Different team showed up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about high school football. I mean, the thing about it is you're dealing with 14 through 17-year-olds.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have an 18-year-old, and sometimes you got 19-year-olds. But
Yeah.
usually 14 through 17-year-olds that you're dealing with, if they had a bad day or if they get out of the norm, I hated playing a football game when I didn't have school.
Yeah.
Like
it kind of
throws them off.
Yeah.
And now I enjoyed it when I was playing in the semifinals, and it was Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
That was pretty fun.
Yeah.
But not being able to play I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, the game day activity.
Yeah,
I mean,
girlfriend gets
everything's
mad at them. They're thrown off. Like high school kids, very emotional. It's just tough.
Yeah, no
to
pep
see
rally.
no pep rally, none of
Yeah.
that. So it's just difficult for to know who's going to show up. That's why I defend coaches the way I do, because I understand their struggle of trying to get guys playing every week the right way.
But yeah, getting back to Boyd, I see that his
Take a break, come right back.
We're going to take a quick break on the Saturday Morning Breakfast Club. When we come back, we will pick up with Dex's Dudes, and we'll finish out the scores from Friday night. We'll be right back on the Saturday Morning Breakfast Club.
Hey, Chandler.
Since 2002, Advantage Tire and Alignment has been the place to call when your car won't go. They specialize in new tires, used tires, and wheels. In addition, they also provide alignment services and vehicle repair like brakes, rotors, struts, shocks, and alternators. It is their goal to provide quick, convenient, and friendly service. If you want the advantage, go to Advantage Tire and Alignment, where the customer always has the advantage.
They believe in the importance of a healthy, beautiful smile. The staff takes great pride in the treatments they provide and the healthy smiles that they create. Their patients can take advantage of comprehensive dental care that's customized for their individual needs and desires. They provide general, cosmetic, and pediatric dentistry, emergency dental care, teeth whitening at 256-831-3432, or visit the website at oxforddentalcare.net if you have any questions or would like to schedule an appointment. Friendly staff, excellent service, beautiful smiles. A team you can rely on, Oxford Dental Care.
Gotta take something off of it.
Go ahead. We're back.
Welcome back to the Saturday Morning Breakfast Club, presented by, you saw the sponsors there. We want to thank Oxford Dental Care for what they do. If you have any dental needs, go see the people at Oxford Dental Care for all your dental needs, and especially ask for Haley Tyree, the best hygienist in town. So looking at some more scores, which I may be able to get it flipped once it gets off his phone over there. Sachs with a big win last night over Talladega, 29-27, first win of the Alfonso Freeney era. I know that's a big deal for them.
Yeah.
Been a tough year. Another thing. Sorry, I got somebody in my ear over here listening to the show on that. But a big win there, and another guy. I mean, Sachs has had some success over the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Like a lot of success under Coach Jonathan Miller, and then Clint Smith before him.
Yeah.
So gotta feel pressure. Because coaches, we put more pressure on ourselves than probably what we should.
Yeah.
But they got to give him time to do what he needs to do.
Yeah,
because I think he's a really good guy. I think he's a great coach. I think he instills more things than just football.
Yeah.
But a big win last night for
Yeah,
him.
they just got to give him time to instill his system. Like I said, the kids are still buying in. I think they're kind of young on the line, too. They lost one of the best linemen.
Well, the quarterback was a freshman.
Yeah, the quarterback was a freshman. The Stevens kid, I think he had an ACL injury. Hopefully he can overcome that and come back and play strong next year. So, like I say, he's trending in the right direction with those guys.
All that boils down to what you just said a few minutes ago. You got to play with what you got. and then you got to make what you got better.
Yeah.
You got to improve. Them kids, you got younger kids, you got to improve year in, year out to get better.
Yeah.
And then once you get that, you keep them ones you got and let them get better. It's like the Oxford had to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Them kids were getting their head knocked around over here, and then they had to get better. And the end result is what you got right now. So the SATS program, I think, gonna be okay. Alexander is in the same spot right now.
Yeah. Really young.
They played a lot of young guys this year.
8th and 9th graders.
So let's don't talk about Alexandria. Buckethead may ask a question that we don't need to ask. And
Yeah.
What? He gonna do that?
all right, going to the next one.
That's a good one.
My guy,
Coach
Sam
Graham.
Graham.
I love Coach Sam too.
All right, going to the next score. Westbrook Christian. This was a must-win game for White Plains. They had to have some other things go their way, which the other things. Northside did lose, so that would have been good. But Cleveland County took care of what they had to take care of. But it was all for naught because White Plains was defeated by Westbrook Christian 45-16. I thought that this was going to be. I picked White Plains. My heart wanted me to go. It was my heart, man.
Oh, you was a homer?
I was a homer.
I just thought I was the only one on the stage.
Buckethead kind of talked about it this week. Whenever you got a Steve Smith team that's not going to the playoffs and he's able to pull out everything, then it's just difficult. I mean, that was their playoff game. So you get the full arsenal of the offense and Westbrook Christian. Listen, Westbrook Christian, we've said it before. You better get them while they're down because they won't be down for very long.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things, good year for. I mean, it's not what you want, but listen, you've been at White Plains. Coach won 2 ball games this year. Now, I will say this. The 2 games he won, one of them, yes, I seen it coming. I did not see. That was a big step for the White Plains program to go into Cleveland County and beat them like
You're
that.
right.
Yeah.
And Jake Pollard said that Steve Smith found that mullet power last night. We were talking about how he shaved off his hair, kind of like Samson kind of lost the power. But we saw, yes, I mean, like, that was a big win for Cleveland again. But for
White Plains.
Here's the thing, like you got to sustain it. Like we beat Cleveland County in year number 1 for me, and it was something that I thought was a statement win, and we couldn't keep the momentum going. And so you gotta. This weight off season is going to be huge for them. Here's the thing that a lot of people like. Coach Jennings is in the weight room with them now. A lot of people don't realize this, but the superintendent for Calhoun County, Dr. Jose Reyes, has done a whole lot, not just for athletics, but for people, for band, cheerleaders, clubs, everybody. He wants to win in everything, and so he has made a lot of decisions and made a lot of adjustments to the schedule throughout the day to kind of help programs out. And so saying that, like, Blake Jennings is in the weight room, all their male coaches are in the weight room, all their players are working out together, and so that's a big deal for a program moving forward. And so I'm hoping that the off season can kind of help them build.
I will say this, and Coach Boone said this in
Who
Remember
said it?
Titan. Coach
Boone?
Boone.
Okay.
He said, there's no replacing Barksdale.
Yeah.
I mean, Barksdale, they're losing a
a
big
lot.
part of their offense.
And defense.
Big part of their defense. Big part of their team.
Yeah.
Leadership role and all. So, I mean, he said it back here, but I'm saying Barksdale.
I'm glad you gave Coach Boone his credit.
Yeah, because let me say, there's no replacing that guy. I mean, you're gonna have to build around him. Have a couple kids.
Did Coach Boone actually say that, or did Denzel Washington just say that on the movie?
Coach Boone
said
did.
that.
Coach Boone.
You don't know Coach Boone.
But that's based on a true story. Did all that stuff actually
We
happen?
know Coach Boone personally.
Yeah,
You know,
don't act like.
Y'all may say that. I promise y'all, he ain't saying to everybody. He know y'all.
Well, he might not after he's watching
All
the show.
right, listen.
We were
All right,
friends one
listen. You are correct there, Barksdale. Like, sometimes you say, well, we're only losing one player, one senior, and that's a lot.
It is.
That's a lot, and they're actually losing 2. Cooper Tenney came out and played football this year, too. But losing Dylan Barksdale is tough. That's a tough loss for the White Plains Wildcats, and you're going to have guys step up in different ways to replace not only his production but also the leadership that he brought to the team. And so Dylan was a guy, he started from as a 9th grader all the way up, a good player for us, and he really showed out this year in games that they needed to win, and showed up on the biggest stages for them. He showed up,
and plus he's going on to visit the Point University today.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping they're offering, but you just never know.
Coach, I got a question for you. How far do the border go out for White Plains? Because I need to know school district.
White Plains got the largest school district in this county. It just everybody owns land and nobody wants to give any of it up, so it's a hard place to find land in.
What was you gonna say?
How far do it go out?
Look, man, like they're all the way like over to the Coleman Road Apartments, all the way out to Piedmont, and like White Plains has got a lot of land.
Yeah.
But the problem is it costs a fortune to build out there. They really since it boomed in the early 2000s, they really like their houses out there, and it's just tough. There's really no affordable housing to be able to have people that want to move out there.
Yeah.
And so we've had some guys move out there, but it's just tough to have affordable housing because here's the thing, like there's people that want to move out there, they can't afford to move out there. They can't find anything to buy out there or even rent or build or whatever. And so right now building a house is ridiculous. Yeah. And so it's just difficult. They need somebody out there that can rent out some places and rent them to people.
Hey, do you still got that
guess
land?
what I was saying?
I thought you were going to say something.
But hold on, let me get to your money here. Do we still got that? Or we can put the casino out there?
Well, there ain't no water out there.
I'm thinking, man.
Hey, let me say
I'm
this.
trying to help them get some people out
Let me
there.
say this. We talked so much about White Plains, we really didn't get to talk a lot about the Steve Smith coach team. They went out to White Plains and dominated last night. Here's what I want to say. What does a second-year Steve Smith Westbrook Christian team look like compared to the first year?
I don't know.
Listen, that's scary. It's scary because I know what kind of coach that is. And he's going to do what the same thing you got your guy down here in Pell City.
Yeah.
Those standards of coaching.
Yeah.
They going to improve kids.
No doubt about it.
And you got to understand if they got kids that's going to come to him. Now, he's used to kids coming to him. Because he's in Piedmont and they was coming.
Is he one of them open door policy schools
Westbrook?
where anybody can go to?
Christian?
Private school.
Private school.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
forewarning.
Yeah.
You better watch out for Westbrook
go.
Christian, what I'm trying to say.
Terry said, "Go Bulldogs." What is it?
Wellboro with a big win.
Yeah, we ain't got that one.
Saying.
Cleveland County, must-win game for them last night, and they go into the Hill and beat Walter Wellborn 28-22. I talked to a guy on their staff earlier in the week, and he felt like they had a chance to go win. He said, "Now I felt like that before this year, and we didn't take care of our business. But if we can just go take care of our business, then we'll be in and not have to worry about it." And so there's something about holding destiny in your own hands, and Cleveland County went and took care of business. Carter Hughes had a big game. Jake Dingler's been unbelievable for them all year.
Yeah.
He's been a workhorse for them, a bell cow all year for them, and they had guys step up. Here, the matchup there, matchup.
Wells in the playoff already.
Yeah.
You got kids that you don't want to get hurt. To them, did that game right there mean anything to Wells?
I don't think there was nowhere near as hungry as Cleveland County was in that game. Nowhere near as
I'm
hungry.
just asking the question.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that.
But now,
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't want to lose, but at the same time, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the game I'm talking about. How many years has it been since Cleveland County went to the Hill and beat Wellborn?
Well, they probably hadn't went to the Hill.
I
They probably hadn't went to the Hill a whole lot.
I would say that. It's been a long time.
But
I love this
they
kind of
probably
matchup.
had a. That was like me saying that I was the first team in White Plains history to beat Cleveland County, and we'd only played them 4 times.
Well, I'm just saying I like the matchup.
I'm
It's
gonna
old
look.
school. We're old school.
I want to look at it and
We
see.
like that old school matchup.
Let me look at opponents.
I'm going to need one of those. Coming together.
Todd, who is that asking for some barbecue chicken? Mr. Coach Graham asked for. He watching the show. Coach Graham, you're gonna have to come to Jacksonville and get you some barbecue chicken. But call before you come. Don't bring Todd. You gonna have that.
All right,
I love
Cleveland
Coach
County.
When was the last time they played well?
They have actually before last year. The last time they had played was 2005.
Oh, see, okay. So I mean, it's been a while.
And
They
the
went
last
18
time,
years.
The last time that Cleveland County beat them at the Hill,
Never.
was 2004.
2004. Since 2004. That's a
know.
long time.
As a matter of fact,
19
though, here's the
years.
thing about it is Cleveland County is like, but they hadn't lost to them. Cleveland County hadn't lost to Welborn at the Hill since 1998.
Oh, my
wow.
goodness.
Matter of fact, up until last year, Welborn had lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 games in a row to Cleveland.
Oh, wow.
On the road.
No, just in the whole entire thing.
Wow.
The overall
No, that's-
matchup with them, Welborn has won 15 and scored 513 points in those, and Cleveland County has won 11 of the matchups, and they've tied one time in school history, and that was in 1973. They tied 0-0.
Wow.
In 1973, Buckhead, you was.
That was
Nah, way before my
Nah,
time.
you was.
All right, going forward, we're going to run out of time and not get anything in.
Oh, we got a whole hour left.
35-21. We talked about that game earlier. The tank was
Yeah.
loose. The tank was wild. The tank did what tank wanted to do.
Yeah.
And thank goodness that they had the tank because
Can I ask you this, Coach? Was this
You don't even
game
want to ask.
tighter than what you thought it would be?
yes, very much so. It was actually Asheville was actually up 21-13
Oh,
at
wow.
halftime.
Wow.
And so
Asheville went over for the year. As a Mumford guy, I like to say that this was a must-win for Mumford. Bro.
Yeah.
Must-win. Not a have-to-win, but a must-win.
As a
Yeah.
Mumford guy. As an Oxford guy, I seen some of the highlights of that game. Because a lot of people had their phones up and they were showing the game.
Uh-huh.
And I was looking at Ashford. And I'm just telling you right now,
I know where you
they ain't got enough smell out there. I'm just letting you know.
Is it salt?
They got all that. You can get some more pepper.
but big night, like I said, big night for Tank. Mumford wins 35-21 to
Crazy.
close
400
out
yards.
30.
They have like 400 yards.
5 touchdowns.
That's crazy.
Fort Payne 21, Cherokee County 14. A surprising game there. The
Yeah,
number
for
2
me.
team, previously undefeated in Class 4A, the Cherokee County Warriors are defeated by Fort Payne 21-14. Any surprises there?
For me, it is.
I'm surprised.
I tell y'all this.
He
Hey,
got hurt.
is Jacob Kelly on the hot seat at Cherokee County? Is he on the hot seat?
You can't say that.
Hell, I mean, he lost the
his
game
show?
at home.
It don't matter, though.
We wanted an
He
undefeated
lost to
season.
a 6A program.
Is he
He's a
on the
4A
hot seat?
program.
You can't say that on this
He
show.
trying to be funny.
But yeah, I don't know. This score surprised me a little because I thought Cherokee County could pull it out, but
Where the running back at?
he played. I don't know. That's a good
in
question.
Our outdoor studio, in our outdoor studio that Austin called it last night, I was able to watch other games while once the TKO happened in the first quarter, I was able to go to other games and watch other games, and I watched some of the Fort Payne and Cherokee County matchup.
Did the running back play for Cherokee County?
Yes.
The whole
wow.
game.
I mean, yes. And I'm going to tell you, they went away, unless they were doing something different to keep
Yeah.
him. A lot of play action.
Yeah.
Throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah.
They didn't really give. Now, what I did see Cornell get, they hit him in the mouth.
Yeah.
But they went away from just
Yeah.
handing it off and letting him take the game.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, y'all. First off, if you couldn't tell, I was being sarcastic talking about Jacob Kelly. Second, your game plan to stop them has got to be to stop Cornejo, and so that's probably
Move
why you
back
saw
over.
a lot of play action.
Move back over that way. There you go.
At the photo bomb.
That don't show is this.
That's,
You got us running up on stage. Where's security at?
It's security.
Got no security. The Kings, In my contract, I supposed to have security around me.
All right, going to the next game. 46 to nothing.
That's
Weaver.
what he gets for coming up here. 46 to nothing.
nothing.
Weaver over Pleasant Valley.
Hey, we talked about Caden Gooden, Keyshawn Allen. Piedmont's got a team that is going to be tough to reckon with next year. I mean, not Piedmont.
Weaver
has got a team that.
Oh, it was the next game. It just popped up.
Gamecocks are on me, man.
What in the world?
We do. Hey, speaking of AKC, and we do have a matchup today between two Gamecocks, the South Carolina Gamecocks and the Jacksonville State Gamecocks.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that Jacksonville State goes and pulls
Absolutely.
upset?
Always.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm pulling for them.
Listen,
But I'd hope so. You ain't a South Carolina fan, and you work right across the road from the stadium. I'd hope you're pulling for 'em.
I thought you were
since we're going to take a break from this and go to that, South Carolina may be the worst team in the SEC this year, and besides Auburn.
Vanderbilt.
And so you take.
Time out. Auburn ain't the worst. They beat Mississippi State last week.
Oh, well, okay. Mississippi State down there with them.
Vanderbilt.
But
We ain't played Vanderbilt yet.
yeah.
I ain't talking to
But I will say this: Jacksonville State has a real opportunity to go over to South Carolina today and win the ball game.
We have seen Jacksonville State do it.
Yeah.
They should have
They
beat
can
Auburn,
go. They should have.
And-
They
Yeah.
beat Auburn.
And
They
they-
just didn't show it on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
and they beat Florida State. Ask Wendell Kelly, he cried for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Watch your mouth.
All right, hey, congratulations to Coach Ken Kofer and Weaver. I think big things coming up for them.
What about Pleasant Valley? They went 4-0 this year. That's a big season for Pleasant
Yeah.
Valley. They're
Yeah.
in the playoffs.
They are in the
I don't
playoffs.
wanna-
I'm not trying not to talk about the team that got beat 46.
I know, but it was a big season
Rub
for
salt
them.
in them. They are in the playoffs. Started out 4-0, best start in school history. So.
They in the playoffs.
Yep.
Glencoe with a big win last night over West End, 48-28. Here's why you can't believe all the sources on social media and online, because at one point last night, Bughead said, "Hey, I'm just telling y'all, Glencoe's down 49-48 right now." In
It
this ball
was
game.
on. It was that's what I had.
49-48.
had to
Glencoe's
wait.
down.
No,
And
49,
48-28.
I had to wait to you. That's why you don't put it down till it's final.
So
49-28.
thank goodness you can't believe everything you see on the
I mean-
internet.
Hey,
You heard it
listen,
here first.
And we also, you should have known that West End we've been talking about. I don't know why they even got a name like that. What part of West End is that? That's not a real West End.
That's a West End Walnut Grove.
That's a
Walnut Grove.
It got a lot more- it's
That's
got lot
a
less.
West End,
That West-
Greystone.
that
Greystone.
West End is up in the
Go,
suburbs.
Yeah.
Sardis and Oaks Bluff. Sardis, a 5A school playing a 3A school. Sardis is actually having a pretty good year, and so, but still, I didn't think
Yeah.
that this game would be as lopsided as what it was.
Who in the playoff in those two, out of those two?
Well,
Oaks Bluff is in the
I
playoffs,
think Sardis missed the
and
playoffs.
Sardis went 6-4 but missed the
Oh,
playoffs.
okay. That ain't.
But here,
They got injured.
here's why Sardis missed the playoffs. They're in 4A. They're in 5A North.
With,
and so here's Arab, Scottsboro, Boaz, and Gunners.
Yeah. Tough
Camel
region.
Junkies.
No, too. Listen, you know he ain't on his medication, so don't start talking
Why y'all?
crazy now. Like,
What y'all talking about?
A-Rab. He looked at me, and I looked at him.
He said they
What I said
when
on the show
A-Rab was in Oxford
2 years ago.
and they were in Oxford District, he said they're going to ride there on camels.
Randolph County
Crazy.
defeated Ranburne last night, 49-21.
You ain't got much,
I ain't got much to say about that. I'm trying. Collinsville Valley Head, 27-22.
They wore the right uniforms last night and won.
Brindley Mountain defeats Gaston in a. I bet that was a fun one to watch. 28-21. Brindley
Being
Mountain
sarcastic.
over the Gaston Bulldogs.
I think you're being sarcastic.
Holy Spirit.
I almost slipped
Got the
out.
spirit knocked out of him.
Fayetteville defeated Holy Spirit 47-0. A tough one for the Holy Spirit Saints.
I pray for you.
Cedar Bluff 45, Donahoe 6. Tough year for Donahoe.
Yeah.
Look for them to bounce back. They don't stay down very long, so look for Donahoe to bounce back. And have a better year next.
Cedar Bluff may be mad
They
though.
got a song for that.
What Cedar Bluff?
All right,
team
go to the
that
next
get
one. Go to the
94 to
next.
7.
Go to the next one. Why you gonna do that?
I mean, they just took it out on Donahoe.
Wadley, the number 6 team in Class 1A, 56-21 winners over Woodland last night. Tough loss for the Bobcats. TCC,
with
listen,
3
y'all.
wins.
We talked about this last night. We talked 3.
That's
TCC
big.
That's
went.
big. Yeah.
They get that 3 wins this year on a program that was
On the rocks.
struggling.
Yeah.
On the rocks.
Stir.
Struggling.
They done hit.
Shaking.
They done hit the rock. Rock bottom.
But look, man, I want to show
Come
y'all.
back up here.
Yep.
In the last few, so finished the season 3-7 this year. So a lot of people are like, oh well, but I want to tell you how their seasons have went. The previous seasons. All right, in 2022, 0-10.
Oh, that TC.
In 2021, 0-10. In 2020, they went 1-7, but the one win was a forfeit win to Victory Christian.
Oh, and eight.
Okay.
2019, 0-10.
Oh, wow.
That's big. So they gonna let you ain't got
2018,
all of them old.
they went 4-7. So they hadn't won a game on the field
Since 2018.
since 2018.
Oh, wow.
Man, hey,
That's good then
think
for
about
them.
them kids. They were excited. That's
Yeah.
a big year for them.
I'm
It is.
excited for them.
Get
Yeah.
listen though, it's contagious though.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
You start when losing is contagious.
Contagious. But winning is too. Winning gives you
Winning,
that.
you get that taste. And you
My
want
DNA
that.
don't have losing in it, but it hurts when you don't have
Yeah.
losing in your DNA.
Well, that's right.
And I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a good loser.
I know.
I show it.
Yeah. Me too.
All right, go on the next score. Coosa Christian 49, Victory Christian nothing. I'm excited to see what this Coosa Christian team can do in the playoff. I'm excited to see
I was
how
still
they
a 49
how they're able
nothing.
to
It
do
went personal
in
last night.
the Class 1A playoffs.
They scored 250 points in the last 4 ball games, and only give up 7.
Wow.
Still going to playoff.
Yeah, they going,
They're gonna do some damage. They're gonna do some damage.
and it's
They
personal.
mad.
Yeah, it's personal.
Yeah.
I mean, 250 points in the last 4 games and only give up 7.
You got some schools that
Yep.
scored 250 points in the last 4 years.
Also, before we go any further, we want to say congratulations to Coach Brooks and the Oxford girls flag football team for another good year. They hosted the other night and they won their first game and then was defeated by Hewitt Trustful, who is the defending who is state champions
Yeah.
2 years ago. So
Which we saw. We was at the game. The girls over there.
Oh,
what
Hewitt.
am I looking at? What you tapping?
Well, that's the last score. I was going to let you go ahead and
Oh,
get in.
Childersburg 20, Winterboro 24. Big win
Big time.
for Winterboro, and we talked about this a little bit last night. Some big time confidence going forward in the playoffs.
to Decatur Heritage.
Traveling to Decatur Heritage. So, I mean, if they play well, that's a team that they can definitely probably compete with
Yeah.
in Decatur
That's
Heritage.
that contagious. I'm saying you get used to winning, and the kids buy into what you're doing.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
That's how you build a program.
No doubt
Yeah.
about it. Well, now for the most substance that this show sees every Saturday morning, Dex's dudes. Let's look at what let's look at what we have for Dex's dudes coming up.
You want to okay? Here, let's go. Oh, my bad. Guys, I'm going to start that over. My bad. Go ahead, Dick.
Okay. This is Kamari Harris from BB Comer. He's committed to Memphis. About 6'1", 230, 240 pounds. Watch this right here.
I'll take some
This play right here. He's getting up and dunking at 230 plus pounds right here. So,
He had more room to go up.
yeah, he did. And he's surprisingly fast for his size. He's like a 4.47 40 kid. He's been timing to 21 miles per hour.
Look at here. You see how you laid that shoulder on that kid?
He done had
Yeah.
dude right there is a bad dude. I ain't gonna lie.
And he's actually as good on defense as he is on offense. So watch that hit right there. So that hurt right there. You can tell that hurt. Yeah, he goes both ways. So like I say,
You see him as a linebacker or a running back at the next level?
I like him at running back, but I think he's gonna be a linebacker. Just because of the way he's built.
Good
I
hand.
mean, he's athletic. I mean, like I say, to me, his hips is just a little
First
stiff.
off, nobody wants to tackle that big old
Yeah.
in open field.
The good thing about it is when he gets to a collegiate workout, a collegiate program,
Yeah, it's gonna
they're
change.
going to work. I mean, like, because I thought like Kenny Britt, that was one of the things that
Yeah.
people had on him too, and
Yeah.
Auburn did a really good job
Yeah,
of really
but-
loosening up.
yeah.
They didn't care how strong he was when
Yeah.
he got there. Everything he did was about like playing looser and loosening up his hip flexors
Yeah.
and stuff like that. So I think they'll do the same thing with him.
Yeah, because like big old muscular guys, they usually have tight hip flexors. So once he gets that straightened out, I honestly think he could play a little higher than Memphis. So I'm surprised that a Power 5 school hasn't came in and offered him yet.
Just in
So
Memphis.
yeah, he's committed to Memphis. He's got a lot of offers, but that's who he's committed to right now. So
And the kid going somewhere where he can play.
yeah.
I would never want to go somewhere where they gonna sit me down.
Yeah. And see, I mean, look at this right here. It's just like he's breaking tackles and not running everybody. He's big as some of those teams' linemen.
That's a big kid.
Yeah. So
Linebacker.
it's a video, another video that got him doing a backflip. So. All right, this is
Who you got here?
this is Clarence Taylor. He's one of Coach Darryl LeBeau's players, receiver, 2025 kid. Watch this play right here. He's got some hop. So his biggest offers are against. He has Vanderbilt, Georgia Tech, and a few other offers. This play right here is just one of the top cornerbacks in the country right here. One of the kids from Parker. So
I like that speed.
yeah, he's long too, man. Very athletic. Watch this right here. So, and the thing I like about him, he's not afraid to catch it in traffic either. So,
We got to echo.
I think he's going to be a good pickup for somebody. A decent route runner, great hands, and so he's just one of those guys you want to have on your team. College is like he faked that guy right there really well. So he
You backed up.
I can't. Yeah. He's got to get into me. I can't hear myself. I can't echo now. So, but getting back to him, like I say, he's a good route runner, great release. So it's hard to cover a guy like that. And I think he's leading the state in yardage, over 1,300 yards receiving, and 20 touchdowns, if I'm not mistaken.
Like, bro, got a quarterback over there.
Oh yeah,
Also.
Coach Keon Hanley that's at Fultondale. His son's a quarterback for them named Eric Hanley. So he's pretty good too. He's got
He's throwing it.
he's got a few offers too. His name's about 6'2", 6'3", 205. So I think he has a Kentucky offer and some G5 offers. So
That's your boy team right there. Look at here, Pleasant Grove, huh?
Yeah. Who you got right here?
this is Cordarius Moore from May Jemison, around 6'3", 6'4". He's really an edge, but for them, he's playing linebacker since they have two good edge players already. So he came in from Tennessee, so he's doing really good at this program right here. So Coach Ball, all those guys up there, they got them guys ready on defense. So very instinctive type player, reads the play, diagnoses it really well, and makes the play on the ball. So, and believe it or not, this kid doesn't have an offer yet.
He don't have an offer?
He don't have an offer yet, so it's coming though.
They good now?
See, man.
Just right, I think just wanted to see he can run down a play. I mean, he just does it effortless. So
Find out how someone think they can get around him because the arm span is long as
yeah,
that playing.
it is. And then you think about it, if they get outside the edge, then they got him at linebacker because they got the two kids, the May Jemison, the Harris kid, and Grayshawn Swain. So the defense is really solid for May Jemison. I just think the offense has got to find a few more players, and I think they'd be pretty good to go. So
It's called Rico.
yep, he comes off the edge really good too when they put him on the edge. So watch this play right here. I mean, he plays really fast and he plays under control. That's what I like. Right there, tip ball at the line of scrimmage. So it's hard to get around that kid. He's a technician. He breaks down, get ready for the tackle and everything. So, but I do think he's going to be like a G5, possibly Power 5 kid. So he has one more year to go. So, like that right there. I mean, he runs kids down from behind, so he plays sideline to sideline as well.
No offers, you say?
No offers.
Junior?
You got two.
Junior. I think they're coming though, so he holds the edge really well too. So.
That's pretty side kid.
Yep.
Sorry, I was trying to figure out some technical difficulties. So, Dex's dudes, I had no idea that Kamori Harris was that fast.
Yeah, he is, man. Yeah, he's fast.
And then the receiver from, if you're able to windmill
Yep.
high school,
And on that first play, the kid that he beat, I think is the number 1 or 2 cornerback in the country.
I know he had one game this year. It was like a statewide game, and he had like 3 touchdowns,
Yeah.
like over 200 yards receiving. So,
Yeah.
he's definitely a guy that can play. And
Pleasant Grove.
Playing in coach for those offenses, he's gonna get you the
Yeah.
ball.
And he has over 1,300 yards receiving last time I checked.
I think Coach at Pleasant
Get in
Grove
now.
uses his tools.
Yeah. The quarterback is
He
good
does a
too.
really good job. He's an offensive genius.
Yeah.
That quarterback, I'm sitting here.
Eric
I'm
Hanley.
talking about the receiver getting on what he's getting. I'm looking at that kid throwing the ball to him, and he's throwing it to him. I mean,
Yeah.
he putting it.
Yeah, I know Eric since he's like in the 8th and 9th grade. He's
So that
he's
kid,
really good. So.
Somebody ought to be looking at him.
Oh, he got offers. He got
got
offers.
offers?
Yeah, he got offers. So.
I just want to know.
Yeah, I know
that's
his.
what we all about.
Like I say,
This kid getting them out.
his dad actually the head coach at Fultondale.
Okay.
So he let him stay at Pleasant Grove.
That's right.
But, him and LeBeau, I guess they good friends. So
Well, that's kind of hard right there.
it is.
To be a head
You gonna
coach.
do that? You gonna go-
Let me ask you this. To be a head coach and your son is the starting quarterback for a team on Crosstown,
Yeah.
boy, I would love to have him on
But
my team.
this is his first year at Fultondale, though, correct?
Yeah, first
and
year.
his son was
There
was
last
the
year.
OC at he was.
Well, he
his
was
dad
on-
was on
so
staff
if I-
at
Pleasant Grove,
for
yeah.
the last and so
Yeah. So it was a business move, for the dad, and the dad probably felt like that's his best chance of his son to get.
Same.
Yeah.
that's tough. That's a tough thing.
It
though,
is.
to coach and not have your son on the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here we go. Looking at the Class 1A playoffs before we get into some of the like our local matchups.
All right.
We'll look at that with graphics coming up. But Leroy plays Calhoun in the South in 1A South. Georgiana plays Keith, Lochapoka, and Southern Choctaw. Linden and Brantley, Sweetwater and Florala, Maplesville, Choctaw County, Elba, and University Charter, Milry, and Notasoga. For some reason yesterday, we made a big deal out of University Charter, but they're going to be one and done when you
Yeah.
open it up against
Did-
Elba. I think Buggerhead was the one.
Didn't like one of the
talking about
volleyball
University Charter.
teams beat them for the state championship? I think so. Because that was my first time hearing about them.
Before yesterday, it was the first time I'd ever heard about University Charter. I don't know why they were brought up on one of the shows.
Yeah. I
yesterday,
think
but
Pleasant Valley beat them.
it's going to be a short-lived.
I think.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
It's going to be a short-lived life in the Class 1A football playoff. So, in the North, Lynn plays Shoal Christian. Spring Garden host Coosa Christian in a 2-3 matchup. Tough draw for Spring Garden out the gate there. Hackleburg, Marion County, Valley Head, and Raglan, Decatur Heritage, and Winterboro. We talked about how I think Valley Head, I think that the 3 seed in that region can go and beat Valley Head in that region.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Raglan's going to be a tough out for Valley Head. I think
Yeah, it
Raglan's
is.
going to be that's going to be a really good matchup right there in Valley Head and Raglan. That's one of the matchups that I'm looking forward to the most in round 1 of 1A playoffs. Decatur Heritage and Winterboro. Winterboro is also a dangerous team to be able to go on the road and have a chance to pull off an upset there.
And like you say, Coach Manfield's made a lot of key with adjustments to his team on offense too. You know, put the Clay kid at receiver, and got the solid quarterback now. So
doubt about it.
yeah,
And the running back looked decent too.
yeah,
Oh yeah, Smoot is
Yeah.
really good running back. Addison, Pickens County, Wadley, and Cedar Bluff, and South Lamar and Meek. That rounds out your Class 1A state playoff bracket. In Class 2A, Clark County and Vincent starting in the South. Clark County and Vincent. Vincent, a team that a lot of people feel like, including myself, underachieved this year.
yeah.
GW, so that's going to be a tough matchup. Clark County, a really good football
Yeah.
team, played for our state championship a couple of years ago in Class 2A. So that's going to be a matchup that's going to be really tough for the Vincent Yellow Jackets.
Yeah, I agree.
GW Long in Goshen, BB Comer, Washington County, Highland Home, Ayrton, setting up a second-round matchup between BB Comer and Highland Home.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough matchup I actually feel like that BB Comer's second-round matchup is going to be tougher if they can get past the second round than their third-round
Yeah.
matchup in Class 2A playoffs. Reeltown plays Wicksburg, Thorsby plays Chickasaw, Cottonwood plays Laverne, and St. Luke's plays Isabella. Reeltown is for real. I think they will be in the Class 2A semifinals, and it should be them and BB Comer again.
Yeah.
So that should be a really good matchup there. Tuscaloosa Academy in the north plays Red Bay. Southeastern plays Collinsville. That should be a really good matchup there with a 2 and a 3 seed. Tanner plays Lamar County, Pisgah, and Pleasant Valley. Lexington and Aliceville, Locust Fork, North Sand Mountain, and Sulligent and Hatton round out the Class 2A playoffs there. Looking at Class 3A, where we have more teams involved there. In Class 3A, Mobile Christian plays Beulah. In the South, we're starting with Houston Academy plays Alabama Christian. Walter Welborn opens up with Flomaton. Walter Welborn should be able to take care of business there. And then they will get a tough second-round matchup with Trinity, the winner of Trinity and Providence
Yeah.
Christian. So that should be a tough matchup.
Yeah, they got the McClendon kids down there.
Yeah,
So
no doubt
quarterback and the receiver.
So Trinity is really good. The only reason they're a 2 seed is because they're in the same region with St. James, who plays Opp in the first round. Randolph County plays W.S. Neal. Randolph County with a tough draw there. If you win the first round against W.S. Neal, which we're still waiting on an official hearing with W.S. Neal, if you win that game, you get St. James in the second round. And I think St. James is one of the better 3A teams on this side of the bracket. Randolph County and W.S. Neal, like I just said, Strawn and Southside Selma, and Thomasville and Dadeville round out that side, the South bracket of the 3A playoffs. In the North bracket, Gordo and Phil Campbell, Geraldine and Susan Moore, Lauderdale County and Fayette County, J.B. Pennington and Piedmont. Do we feel like that Piedmont can go make some noise against J.B. Pennington in that matchup?
I do, yes.
Let me go back, and I'm going to try to look real quick at what J.B. Pennington has been able to do on the year and see if that's a game that Piedmont could possibly pull off the upset. All righty. So on the year, J.B. Pennington, looking at them, J.B. Pennington is 8-2 on the season. They beat Hayden 20-6. They got beat by Locust Fork 42-20. They lost to Madison Academy 26-21. They beat Danville 42-12. They beat Asbury 56-3. They beat Cleveland 41-0. They beat Vinemont 44-6. Brindley Mountain 63-7. Susan Moore 28-7, and Southeastern 42-12. So a good year for them.
Yeah.
2 respectable losses and took care of business pretty handily against everybody else. So going to be a
teams down when they beat like that.
Some of them are down. Like something Brindley Mountain, Asbury, some of those schools are teams that perennial you want on your schedule.
Homecoming.
And so I think
So
it's
that's setting up so you're gonna face a real team. Sure enough.
listen, you got to Piedmont's so used to winning, you got to beat them.
Yeah.
And beat them before I say that you've got the game won.
Yeah.
And so, but averaging 37.7 points a game and only giving up 12.1. So
That's not bad.
It's going to be tough. But here's the thing about it. Here's what I think Piedmont's got going for it. Piedmont has played Cherokee County this year.
Yeah.
Got beat 26-7. They played Sylvania, who I feel like is one of the better teams in Class 3. I got beat 23-7. They played Plainview and won 24-13. They got beat by Ohatchee 38-21 early in the year. They lost to Anniston 14-9.
Yeah.
We know how athletic Anniston is, so
yeah.
they're not going to face a team that's more athletic than Anniston.
Yeah.
And then they beat Westbrook Christian 35-19. They beat Glencoe 58-12. They got beat by Geraldine 42-27, and then they beat Hoax Bluff, and then lost a close one to Sylacauga.
Yeah, and I think they played 5-2, like in a fall game or something, like a jamboree.
Yeah.
So
and
they
competed against them.
Yeah.
So
I think they tied in that.
They saw some good competition,
Yeah.
and they have scored 20. They have scored 241 points on the year and gave up 240.
Okay.
And
Ooh.
so it's been, but their schedule has been a really, really tough
Their
schedule.
second game in the playoffs, if they do get by JB Piedmont, will be a tough game for them.
Yeah, Lauderdale County, if I'm not mistaken, is actually the team that beat Lauderdale County actually beat Mars Hill.
Mars Hill.
And so that was a big win for them. So we all know how good Mars Hill is. So obviously Lauderdale County is going to be really good there. Madison Academy plays Hoax Bluff. It's going to be a tough game for Hoax Bluff and the Eagles.
Yeah.
But like we talked about last night, like Madison Academy is not who they used to be. They don't have two SEC guys in their backfield like they used to.
Yeah.
But they're still a really, really good team. Mars Hill plays Oakman. Sylvania plays Vinemont, and Winfield plays Colbert County. That's going to be a tough matchup in the second round for Sylvania with Winfield, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
And so some good matchups in Class 3A there. Now, looking at Class 4A. In Class 4A, Jackson plays Cleveland County. Jackson's one of the better teams in
they are.
Class 4A. Andalusia plays Sipsey Valley. Hanley plays St. Michael. So Phillip Rivers will come down to Hanley. It's probably going to be a tough night for him.
Yeah, he like I say, he'll have to dress for them to win.
American Christian plays Booker T. Washington. Listen now, Booker T. Washington.
They're loaded too.
I'm calling it now. They will beat American Christian.
Because they got a kid, I think, that's committed to Auburn. They got a kid that's committed to Troy. Then they got another receiver like 6'4", 6'5" that has Power 5 offers.
Yeah, the reason they're number 3 seed is because they're in the same region as Catholic, Montgomery, and Andalusia.
Yeah.
And so
they loaded.
That's a tough matchup for American Christian at home right there. Bibb County gets Montgomery Academy. Jacksonville plays Bayside Academy. So if Jacksonville can beat Bayside at home, they will play at Bibb County more than likely in round 2, and that's going to be that's a tough place to go play and win. It's two different brands of football.
Yeah. They kind of like the knock in the mouth type team. They got a kid named Trayshawn Griffin that's really good. So he's a defensive end, about 6'3", 6'4". He will knock your head off.
No doubt. So we've got Montgomery Catholic and West Blockton and T.R. Miller and Anniston. So if Anniston is able to pull off the upset going to T.R. Miller in the first round, the second round they would get Montgomery Catholic, which is a tough draw for the Anniston Bulldogs.
Both of those are going to be tough draws for Anniston because T.R. Miller, they're a really good team. Like I was telling you last night, they got a kid named Miles Johnson that's committed to Alabama. And you remember the incident what happened? T.R. Miller, one of the kids drowned at the beach. The Miles Johnson kid is a kid that jumped in the water to try to save him. So they had to end up saving Johnson because he's trying to save everybody else.
Yeah.
So he's a good kid. So.
So Anniston has got their hands full in the Class 4A playoffs. But look, man, that South. Look, when you go through there, Jackson, Andalusia,
Yep.
Handley, and so Handley kind of has a decent
Chance.
They would have to play Booker T. Washington or American Christian in the second round, and then they would get Jackson in the third round.
Yeah.
That third round matchup could be an in facto, but you can't forget about. Well, they also Andalusia would play Jackson in the second round, so that's a matchup that we could look forward to.
Yeah,
that's a really good matchup.
Yeah.
It's going to be really fun to watch. But the South is absolutely loaded. I mean, when you just look at T.R. Miller, Montgomery Catholic, Jacksonville, Bibb County, American Christian, Booker T. Washington, Handley, Andalusia, and Jackson, there's no telling who could come out of the South.
That's right.
Yeah, any of those teams right there can make a deep run. It's just they got to cancel each other out, but at the same time, the South is so strong, like you said. So
yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
And then in the North, Dora plays Priceville, Aniana plays Brooks, Westminster Christian plays Oak Grove, Deschler plays Fultondale, West Morgan plays Etowah.
And on paper, West Morgan is the team that we talked about that could probably play with Cherokee County.
Mm-hmm.
So those are going to be the teams out of the North. Those are the two that got the best chance coming out the North.
Yeah, no doubt. Looking at West Morgan and the year that they've had, West Morgan has internet's being slow. But West Morgan, at one point, they were the most prolific offense in
the state,
in the whole entire state in Class 4A, scoring like 55 points.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, 55.2 points or something.
So when you look at that, they've came down a little bit. They're only scoring 54.5 now.
A little bit.
And so they're giving up 15.9 a game, but a lot of that probably is coming when they're up by a lot. Well, I say that. They also gave up 53 to Brooks. They beat Brooks earlier in the year, 83-53.
Oh, wow.
So
that was a basketball game.
Yeah, a basketball game broke out. 83-53.
That's good.
So Brooks may be a tough out for Aniana.
Yeah.
Brooks is actually the 3 seed in that region. And so West Morgan and Etowah, Randolph and Corner, Cherokee County and Central Florence, and Haleyville and North Jackson. I think the thing about Cherokee County, I feel pretty good about them. Central Florence, I feel pretty good against them against Haleyville. That would actually be a round 3 matchup with them and West Morgan.
Yeah.
And judging by so let me look at this. West Morgan is probably going to be at home. Cherokee County is probably going to be at home. Probably at home, unless the only way that's probably going to be at West Morgan too, unless Corner pulls off the upset against Randolph and West Morgan. No, that still wouldn't matter. The only way that it's not going to be at West Morgan is if North Jackson can beat Haleyville and Cherokee County has to travel in round 2.
Okay.
I think if other than that, it's probably going to be at West Morgan, which kind of stinks for us because I would love to go see that game at Cherokee County. So Class 4A loaded with talent, especially in the South, but the North has got some teams that may have something to say about it come Super 7 time. And so now looking at the Class 5A playoffs. All right, in Class 5A, Gulf Shores will play Beauregard first round. Charles Henderson will play Marbury. Central Clay County, and we saw that it was a season-ending injury to Lanamian Boyd there, so that's a tough blow for Central Clay County. They take on UMS Wright in a matchup featuring the 2 winningest coaches in AHSA playoff and Alabama football, high school football history. So pretty neat there. We'll see what Clay Central can do without their star running back.
Yeah.
We hate that for them. Hopeville plays Headland. Here's the thing about it: if Central Clay County can get past UMS Wright without Boyd, I feel like they're going to win. They have a pretty formidable second round matchup, but then they get Gulf Shores in the third round. That's going to be really tough team to beat. It was going to be a tough team for them to beat with Boyd. It's going to be really difficult for them to beat them without LaDamian Boyd. We prayers up for him. Hope that it's not a something that requires surgery, and hate injuries. But it just one of the better teams in Class 5A took a big hit there. Demopolis plays Carroll. Valley plays BC Rain. Also, Valley, Cam Dooley, did you see where he decommitted from Missouri?
Yeah, I did. So,
you think he's got bigger SEC schools that he's thinking about going to, or do you think that was a business decision?
Or you think that was a Missouri decision?
That's what I was trying to say, business decision without trying to.
He has other offers. He has other offers. I know Georgia Tech offered.
Take his mic.
Wisconsin offered him. So I don't know about any other SEC schools at the moment. So
Eufaula and Shelby County, Faith Academy and Elmore County. What you laughing at?
Y'all
Ramsey. What?
What kind of
It's business.
Missouri.
Or was it Missouri? I'm trying to say it in a nice way.
Yeah.
God, man.
Yeah.
I can't take this.
It's your fault. You the one that started. We're gonna lay it all on the table. You started that mess. The Ramsey and West Point. Leeds, A-Rad. Now you got this man thinking he can just say whatever he wants to do whenever he wants.
You can't reprogram. He's a 19.
70s guy. Like us.
Computer.
Yeah.
You can't
All right,
reprogram it.
let me ask y'all this. Leeds and A-Rab. Any chance that A-Rab comes to Leeds and pulls off the upset?
I don't think so.
I don't think
Hold
so.
on.
either.
Hold on. I do.
You do?
Yes. I'm going to tell you the reason why. If they ride down there on them buses, they're going to get whooped. But if they ride them camels down there, it's a done deal. They're going to whoop them. I'm just letting y'all know now.
Man, ride a camel that long, bad
I
dude.
know.
I ain't messing with you.
I know.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
Gas is high, man.
I watched the game on TV last year of A-Rab and Pleasant Grove, and I saw A-Rab push them to the absolute limit.
Yeah.
I think that A-Rab is going to be a tough matchup for. I want to go look at this because I like to make sure I don't call a team maroon if they're not maroon.
They're blue and white. A-Rab's blue and white.
But that good. Got that one right. We're 1 for 2 this week.
And Leeds is called the Green Wave for a reason.
All right. So looking at A-Rab. All right. A-Rab is 8-2 on the year. They got beat by Scottsboro 28-14. They got beat by Fort Payne 38-14. But then they beat a Gunnersville team 29-19. A Gunnersville team that beat Southside first game of the year. They've proven they can beat anybody on any given night in 5A. And we talk about how good 5A North is. A tough loss to Scottsboro early in the year, but on 10-20, a huge win over Gunnersville. This was another region that had a 3-way tie for first place. And A-Rab ended up being the 3rd seed. So
They did what they had to do.
And so that is a matchup. I think A-Rab can come down here and play Leeds. And they can beat Leeds, but if Leeds plays like they did this Friday, they're going to be a tough team to beat.
They're not beating Leeds.
Yeah. Leeds play actually pretty good against Lincoln.
So the Leeds team, you know, earlier you were saying when they gonna show up? What team is on the field? When the real Leeds gonna show up?
They showed up.
They up.
Yeah.
Russellville plays Fairfield. Scottsboro plays Moody. Timeout. In that, do we feel like that? Is there any chance of Fairfield beating Russellville in an upset there?
Early in the year, I thought Fairfield played well. They haven't played great late in the season.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can pull off that upset on Russellville. Now,
Hadn't played well. They had to beat Winona a couple weeks ago to win.
Now,
get in.
yeah, but now Scottsboro has got a tough one coming in with loaded barrels, right,
Yeah.
Dick?
Yeah, because Moody's healthy right now.
Moody's
so.
healthy. They've had a lot of kids stand on the sideline
Yeah.
in boots.
Yeah.
That's another team. Moody and Leeds. You
Yep.
talked about
No,
that.
I think Scottsboro, that's going to be tough. Scottsboro, that's a tough matchup for Moody. And then Gunnersville and Springville. I'll tell you this, y'all. I'm going to be honest with you, though. But those matchups are going to be fun. With
Yeah.
Leeds and Arab and Scottsboro and Moody, that's going to be really, really fun. And then also Southside Gadsden and Boaz.
Well, you got John Carroll right there. We talked about them 8-2. Look, they're 8-2 and they're traveling.
Yeah, they're 8-2. They're in that region. They go to Fairview. That's going to be another good matchup. I'm telling you, man, 5A North is going to be super fun to watch during these playoffs because any given week, anybody can beat anybody.
Don't go to the Pleasant Grove Lawrence County game expecting a game, though.
Pleasant Grove will be – I think Ramsey will take care of business, and I think Pleasant Grove will take care of business. But Southside Gadsden and Boaz is going to be a great matchup. John Carroll, Fairview, going to be a great matchup. Boaz finished the 4 seed there, but they already played Southside Gadsden earlier in the year, and it was like a 49-35 ball game, so it was a close.
Yeah.
Fairview and John Carroll are going to be a great ball game. Gunnersville and Springville, probably not going to be a great ball game, but a Springville will play. They'll play hard. They've proven they can play with teams and beat teams. So Gunnersville will have to show up in that one. Scottsboro Moody, going to be a good ball game. Russellville and Fairfield, going to be a good ball game. Leeds and Arab should be a good ball game.
Yeah.
Ramsey, West Point, not going to be a good ball game. Ramsey's pretty
Ramsey,
good.
yeah.
And so, but 5A's got some really, really good matchups there.
West Point.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, in Class 6A, Saraland, McAdory, Carver Montgomery versus Briarwood.
Oh, yeah. Saraland put up 70 points last night, and Ryan Williams didn't play.
Huh?
So the star receiver didn't play.
And they still put
and
up
they still
70
put
points.
up 70?
Yeah.
Because they had another one move in from Mississippi.
Then they got another kid, the Gill kid, that's really good too. They got more weapons than Ryan Williams. People don't realize
Yeah,
that.
they got a ton of weapons.
So they just rested him. I mean, he wasn't hurt or nothing. They just held him out. Yeah.
Hillcrest Tuscaloosa plays St. Paul's. Helena plays Wetumpka. Benjamin Russell plays Sidney Lanier. Hueytown plays Theodore. Pike Road, Homewood, Spanish Fort, Bessemer City. Listen, if you're in 6A South, sorry,
Yep.
you're playing for second in the South.
Parker
'Cause
and May Jemison.
and I'm not taking anything away from any of these other teams, but Saraland is probably the best team in the whole entire state.
Yeah, I think they are too. I mean,
1A through 7A.
yeah, I mean, if you don't play your star receiver and still put up 70 points, that's crazy.
Parker gets May Jemison. It was a good run for May Jemison. It was a good run, man. It was a good run. But Parker, that's a tough matchup for them in round 1. But congratulations to them getting to the playoffs. That's a big deal for them. Oxford and Athens, which sets up a matchup that I'm intrigued by in the second round. Oxford and Parker. That's going to be 2 really good teams in Class 6A matching up in the second round. Gaston City plays Gardendale. We were talking last night, and there's a lot of people. There was a lot of people on our set that feels like that Gardendale's going to come and make that a game against Gaston City. I think Gardendale having a down season. Obviously,
they are.
I think that their coaches do a great job with them, but they lost some key pieces to the team that they had a year ago. I think that Gaston City takes care of business there.
I do
and
too.
then Hartsville gets Center Point. Any chance that Center Point, even after Friday night or Thursday night, any chance that Center Point can go and pull off an upset on the road at Hartsville?
They can.
It'll be hard. I mean, it can be done, but it's going to be very hard.
I honestly think that Hartsville's going to be too big and physical for them.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going to hurt them in that ball game. But here's the thing. I feel like that Hartsville will probably take care of business the first 2 rounds. Gaston City that's going to be a tough ball game. They've already played Gaston City earlier this year, and it was a great ball game.
Okay.
But here's the thing about it. If Oxford can take care of business the first 2 rounds, but like I've already said, Parker is going to be very tough in round 2. Athens, nobody looks ahead. They're going to take care of business of Athens first, but Parker's going to be a really good opponent in round 2. But if Oxford can make it to round 3, they're either going to probably get Gaston City or Hartsville. Gaston City, a rivalry right here that, And then obviously Hartselle, there's a lot of payback.
Yeah.
I know Oxford wants to
that
get to
game.
round 3, and they want Hartselle to make it to round 3
Yeah.
because and that would be at Oxford if that was the case.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to even talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it.
That would be at Oxford, so that would be an awesome matchup there.
Let it get there.
Muscle Shoals plays Pinson Valley. Fort Payne
We'd have
plays
to have Bradley on the show if that happened.
It's gonna be some
Fort Payne plays Montmore Jordan. Clay Chalkville plays Coleman, and Mountain Brook plays Buckhorn. And so, round two, you would get a Clay Chalkville Mountain Brook matchup. Mountain Brook's not what they've been in the years past. Another round 2 matchup that you could get: Fort Payne and Muscle Shoals, 2 prolific offenses. I think Muscle Shoals kind of advances that. I think Muscle Shoals, the matchup I'm looking for down there is Muscle Shoals versus Clay Chalkville and Oxford versus Hartselle in round 3. If I could get that, I'd be a very excited high school football fan because I think that would be really, really good matchup for both sides there. And then looking at finally Class 7A, let's see how this bracket shook up last night.
Central win that game. They should.
Different from what I thought. Yeah,
Red
Central will
Devils.
beat Davidson. And then Baker and Auburn. The reason I said is because Auburn ended up getting the 3 seed in that region. That's a tough matchup for Baker. And the 4 seed ended up going to Dothan in that in 7A region 2. So looking at that, let me see.
They're 10-0.
That Mary Montgomery. That's the team we were talking about.
They was 0-10 2 years ago.
I'm gonna go to.
See that, Bucky, here you got Bradley coming on here with that.
I told you Bradley will be on the show.
Possums on he putting up there.
I can't wait till he comes. If that Oxford Hartselle game happens, we having Bradley on the show that Friday night.
Man, I'm tell you something. Bradley and
He's already got the. He owns
have
Joe
that.
land.
My lawyer said
He owns Joe building up there.
My lawyer said he don't.
He said
own
you cooking
jack.
for him.
My lawyer is sitting right there. Where is Bradley's lawyer? That was my lawyer. I travel with him. Bradley ain't got no lawyer.
Got him on retainer.
Yes.
All right, so
about him.
Auburn and Baker, Mary Montgomery and Dothan. Mary Montgomery's had a unbelievable season, and then Enterprise and Daphne. So I think Mary Montgomery, I think they will be able to beat Dothan. I think Enterprise definitely beats Daphne.
Yeah.
I think Auburn, the 3 seed, will go on the road and beat Baker. I could be wrong, but I believe that's what that.
They could.
And I think Central Phoenix City will beat Davidson. So I think that Region 1 will go 3-1 against Region 2 will go 3-1 against Region 1.
What a great second round right there, though. Central Phoenix City versus Auburn.
It is,
Yeah.
and Auburn, they got beat pretty bad by Central Phoenix City earlier in the year, but it's kind of Keith Etheridge will make adjustments. They'll get better. Coach Will Wagner do a good job with that offense, and I think the playoff matchup with Central Phoenix City will be a lot closer than the regular season matchup was. And then the bottom side of the bracket, you should get Mary Montgomery and Enterprise, which should also be a pretty good matchup in the bottom side. In the north in Class 7A, you get James Clemens and Hoover.
James Clemens went down last night big.
Oh, really?
Yeah, to
Hey, let's fact check him.
James Clemens.
who beat?
went down.
They went down big last night.
Okay, let's see.
Bring them up.
Bring him up. I'm tired of y'all trying to fact check.
Yeah, tell them, King.
They didn't play last night.
Fact check.
James Clemens said he was playing. Did y'all see why I got to fact check him?
Told you, Harold,
Hey.
fact check.
Nah, use that. I'm tired of it.
How you get-
It was Bob Jones. I
Hey.
meant Bob Jones.
Hey, how you get beat on your off day?
How you get beat by bye?
Yeah.
I ain't never
Took
heard
a whooping
anybody-
on open.
Hey, like Friday, man. How you get fired on your off day?
Then I said, Harold, fact check him.
Yeah, he can't. Bob Jones got beat by Hartselle last night.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah,
It is.
that's what I was saying. Got beat bad by Hart.
That sounds a whole lot different.
Oh, yeah, I'm telling y'all, they got beat bad last night.
James Clemens don't sound like Bob Jones.
Hoover, plays James Clemens. I think Hoover's got a good chance to pull off the upset there in that one.
I don't either. James Clemens' defense is like
Yes.
pretty good. I mean, anything can happen. Like I said, that's why they play the game. But
It's going to be tough on Hoover to pull off the upset there.
yeah,
Yeah, I think Hoover can do that. I think, and then Hewitt, Trustful, Bob Jones. I think Hewitt Trustful handles business pretty handily there.
I believe that.
And Thompson and Florence, Austin, and Vestavia Hills. Can Vestavia Hills go on the road and beat Austin?
They actually had a shutout last night, I think, or the night before. So I was surprised. I can't remember who they played, but I think they shut them out. So Vestavia, I think they can go on the road and win. It's going to be tough, but I think they can do it.
Thompson is going to win, I believe, going away. I think Hewitt Trustful wins. But I'm intrigued by that Austin-Vestavia Hills matchup and also that James Clement-Hoover matchup.
Yeah, I agree.
And so we got some pretty good matchups in Class 7A. I know we don't really have, with Gadsden City coming back down to 6A, we don't really have a whole lot of 7A matchups in
this area.
But still some intriguing matchups across the state in Class 7A.
Yeah.
So
I just hate because TV24 won't be able to show these games. I mean, that's a state thing right
NFHS
there.
is.
They got. Yeah, we're gonna ask them to start spreading the butter.
All right, but closing out the show, I think we got like 4.5 minutes left, 4 and some change. There's a big game in the state of Alabama today in college football. I got a lot of Alabama sweatshirts. I see a lot of Alabama fans in here. Alabama welcomes in the LSU Tigers tonight, and in facto SEC West title game. Even though Ole Miss may have something to say about that, but what do y'all feel about that, and how do you feel about that matchup?
I mean, I think that it's going to be a great matchup offensively. Both teams can put up points.
Yeah.
LSU's offense is better than Bama's offense. But LSU's defense is atrocious, and Alabama will take advantage of that. And I will say this: just because you have the best offense in the league and one of the top offenses in the country, championships are won with defense. Bama beats LSU at home today to take control of the West and start looking toward Georgia in the championship game.
King, what you think?
I'd have felt a whole lot better if he would have took LSU.
Who you got?
I don't like neither one of them.
Oh,
But I want Bama to win.
what do you think?
I'm gonna go with Bama. It depends on which Bama team shows up, but I'm gonna go with Bama.
I think LSU comes in and offense gets it done. I think they pour a lot of points on Alabama.
Yeah, their quarterback is good.
Quarterback's really good.
Yeah.
J.J. Daniels,
Yeah.
really good. LSU comes to town tonight and gives Alabama their second loss of the season. The LSU Tigers, Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly.
You starting mess.
I ain't starting mess. I really feel like they're going to come and win. I feel like Alabama.
You think their defense is good enough to stop Alabama?
No, I don't. But I don't know if Alabama's going to stop them. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the only team that Alabama's played this year has been Texas, and their defense didn't do a real good job of stopping them.
Here's what I'll say,
I think LSU's offense is better than Texas.
I think that
many
Alabama's
Alabama
front seven is going to be good enough to put more pressure on that quarterback than he's seen all year.
All right, can you do me a favor where I can go through them real quick? Can you get me the playoff matchups for our local teams so I can go through them extremely fast, and then we would go Anniston, T.R. Miller, first round of the playoffs, Anniston, T.R. Miller. All right.
Some of these may be wrong.
Oxford and Athens right here at Lamar Field right behind us. Bayside Academy travels up to Jacksonville. BC Rain comes to see Central Clay County.
Them graphics are sick. I love it.
Southside Gadsden welcomes in Boaz. Cedar Bluff travels to Wadley.
It was like Clemson.
Central Florence travels to Cherokee County for a matchup with the Warriors. Cleveland County will take the long drive down to Jackson.
And the long drive home.
Collinsville plays Southeastern at Southeastern. Central Coosa Christian will travel to the Garden to play Spring Garden in a
What do you feel
rematch of the
about
regular
that game?
that we ain't got time to go
ain't got
about what
time.
you feel
We ain't
about
got time to feel
it.
about it.
Etowah, West Morgan, Flomaton, and Randolph County. Gardendale and Gaston City. Hillcrest Evergreen. I don't think that they're actually playing Hillcrest Evergreen. I think W.S. Neal will play at
Wellborn.
at Wellborn, and the other team gets Flomaton. Hoax Bluff Madison Academy. Piedmont J.B. Pennington. Pleasant Valley Pisgah. Raglan Valley Head. St. Michael and Handley. Washington County and B.B. Comer. Winterboro and Decatur Heritage. W.S. Neal, Randolph County.
I hope that's it.
All right, hey, we want to thank y'all for Dex Preps, for the King, for Buckethead. I'm Chandler Tyree, the coach. Thank you for joining us on the last episode this year of the Saturday Morning Breakfast Club. We hope you enjoyed as much as we did. We'll be back next year. No, we won't. Might be.
Maybe.
Good morning. Congratulations for being here. August seems like a lifetime ago. You sit down at the end of a football season and think back to when we started, and it's so hot we couldn't stand it. With everything we do, we teach, and I want to thank all of you for teaching these young men lessons that last so much longer than this football season, because that's what it's about. And how much we greatly appreciate it. I also want to thank Alabama State for allowing us to come back in. This is a first-class university, and they allow us to come in. Please take care of this place, okay? Clean up after yourself. If you spill something, clean up, all right? We are their guests here, so thank you. What I want to do right now is just introduce our executive director, Coach Alvin Briggs, and he's going to get us started this morning. Thank you.
Good morning, coaches. I want to thank you for being here. Once a coach, always a coach. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, if you like, you take your hats off in the building, please. I will sure appreciate it. Just the way I was raised, you come inside the house, you take your hat off. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for being here again. One thing I want to iterate, make sure you did your QR code for your voucher. Make sure you got that voucher done. Only one per school. One per school. Elaine will look through that. If there's more than one per school, she's going to guess on who she's going to send it to, and I hope she likes you. If you have multiple names on that for that voucher, so make sure you fill out that online. I think we have one Central Board member here this morning, Terry Curtis from UMS. Terry, if you please stand. Let's give Terry a round of applause, please. He's a coach and Central Board member. Do we have another one here this morning? I don't think so. I want to thank our ladies, Elaine and Vanda. Elaine was here with us last night until 1 o'clock as we were preparing these brackets and getting everything done. Vanda came this morning. So let's give those ladies a round of applause for what they do and what they do for you. We got a lot of information today, so I really need you to kind of pay attention to everything's going on. Take it back to your school, to your principal, whoever you need to, and make sure these things get handled. There are going to be some information that's going to be given out, like our next guest, Daniel Smith with Knight Eady, pertaining to Super 7. Just trying to get you ready for those things as we get ready to head to Tuscaloosa. So at this time, Daniel Smith, will you come up and just give them a brief synopsis of what they need to know?
Thank you, Alvin, and good morning and congratulations to each of you for being here. There's a lot of familiar faces in the crowd, which is always a good thing for us, and obviously good for you guys continuing to make the playoffs. Just going to touch on a few items here for everybody. As most of you probably know, the championships will be in Tuscaloosa this year at Bryant-Denny Stadium. We will be going Wednesday, December 6th, Thursday, December 7th, and Friday, December 8th. most of you obviously know the game times there, but I'll quickly hit on those. The odd classifications, odd classifications will play on Thursday. The even classifications will play on Friday, and then the 7A and flag will play on Wednesday. In terms of kind of other schedules of events, so we will once again have an FCA coaches breakfast as well as an FCA coaches devotion on both Thursday and Friday this year. So that's one thing. If you are able to make it, please feel free to attend those as well. In terms of other just high-level Super 7 items here for you, so ticket pricing, so we will once again be using GoFan for all of the digital ticketing needs during Super 7. For those individuals who want to pay with cash, we will have a cash option on site. However, it will be a slightly higher price, so just make sure that you are communicating that to your individuals. Ultimately, it equals out to the same as what you would pay on GoFan. So it is $17 cash is what it would be versus $17 after the processing fee on GoFan. So pricing is the same there, but we will accept that option. In terms of suites, we will also have some suites available for purchase for your team or booster club or parents who are individuals who are wanting to purchase those. So that information will be distributed out to each of you as we get a little bit further along into the playoffs. One other item I wanted to just go ahead and discuss. So what we really value our corporate partners here for the association. And one of those items that I believe many of you have taken advantage of are some of the sideline tents that you use for your video elements and kind of other things for the players. Some of those tents that you have are going to have competing logos against our corporate partners. And so those tents will not be allowed on the field. If it's just a school logo with no other competitors, that's perfectly fine. But if it has any competitor logos, those will not be allowed to be used on the field. We will have some replacement tents for you. It might not be the exact same of what you're used to, but we will still be able to supply those. So just wanted to make sure that everybody was kind of aware of those as we are advancing through the playoffs. More information related to Super 7 will come a little bit later. But once again, congratulations on being here and good luck throughout the playoffs.
I was in a car accident. My front tooth cracked. I'm definitely embarrassed to smile. I got mini dental implants. It changed my life because it made me feel like me. Like I can smile and feel like Ashley. I just want to say thank you.
You can be you again with mini dental implants. I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
I'm more than happy. I'm ecstatic.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AHSAA Coaches Meeting and Bracket Show. I am thrilled to be joined right now with Coach Alvin Briggs, Executive Director of the Alabama High School Athletic Association. Welcome, Coach.
Good morning. Thank you for having me so bright and early this morning.
Well, it is early, and I understand that you guys had a late night at the office with a lot of tiebreakers and waiting on late games.
We had a lot of situations with tiebreakers and everything last night. We really want to make sure we had everything correct before we posted everything. So the first night is always the toughest one, and even with technology, it still takes a little time to get everything done.
Right. Well, 208 teams have made the playoffs this year. This is an exciting time. All the coaches gather here in Montgomery to hear from you, to talk about rules. Tell us what else is going to go on today.
Well, mostly we're going to tell them about setting the brackets. That's the main thing they're here for. And then we're just going to talk about some game management or things we need to do for this week, and having somebody come into the house playoffs, visiting them and what we expect them to do and how we expect everybody to act, and just a few things. Just a few things.
Just a few important things.
Yes.
Well, I understand that there were 20 undefeated teams. I found that out in my research. That's a really high number, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, Ron and his tidbits, they're great, you know, and yes, that's unusually high, but we're not surprised. You know, our coaches and communities do a great job.
Well, let's talk about just this regular season that we've just wrapped up. Was any challenges, any successes that you'd like to tell us about?
Well, first thing I can tell you, it flew by. I mean, it looked like we just started, you know, August the 19th, and it's just flown by, and it's been incredible. You know, we just wrapped up our volleyball championships on Thursday, which were fantastic in Birmingham, and next week we'll wrap up our cross country state championship. So there's a lot going on this fall, but our football season was awesome. I was able to get to a lot of schools around the state, from Mobile to North Alabama, and it was just fun to go out and see and get a bag of popcorn or a bag of peanuts and just watch a little football.
Well, there's great vibes going on here, a lot of energy as we head into the playoffs. What can we expect going through? You know, I know we're going to end up in Bryant-Denny Stadium in December with the Super 7. So just tell us a little bit about what the next few weeks have in store.
Well, the next few weeks will be fun. It won't be fun for some schools because it'll end there. But, you know, as I've often heard from Mr. Washburn, and I'm sure your granddad said, and I heard every day during the playoff meetings from Coach Savarese, said everybody's a champion. Whether you make it to this meeting or whether you make it to Bryant-Denny, you've done a service for your community by giving young people an opportunity, whether they're a cheerleader, whether they're in a band, whether they're in ROTC, to be a part of Friday nights. And that's the great part about it. And so that's the part, you know, we talk about, we emphasize, and as we go through the next couple of weeks, it'll just be about keep emphasizing, enjoying the moment, enjoying what's going on, making sure that the young people that you're around understand that these are great opportunities.
These are great opportunities, and like I said, the energy's high. We've got crisp fall air now, and we're headed into the football playoffs. There's nothing better.
Well, for an old man, it's cold air.
Feels great. Well, we're excited. We're going to talk to some of the coaches. We're going to go through all the brackets. It's going to be a great day. We've got a lot in store.
Oh, I hope we're going to have a lot of fun. A lot of coaches are here. They'll finally get a chance to see their friends. They hadn't seen them since July, the summer conference. They might have saw them, you know, in the pregame before they played each other, but now they get a chance to see some of their friends, and so they're excited to see them.
Well, very good. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and we look forward to what we've got in store the rest of the day.
Thank you for having me on.
Welcome back, everyone, to the HSAA Bracket Show. I am thrilled to be joined right now by Coach Paul Benefield of Fife High School. Welcome, Coach.
Thank you. Thank you. Good to be here.
Well, they have given me a lot of stats on you. You have a lot of incredible records, and I want to talk about all of them. First of all, you have 345 wins at the same school, which I understand is getting pretty close to some of those current record holders. So tell us, what is your secret for being so successful over the long term?
Well, good Lord's blessed me with good health, number one, and you know, just an honor to be mentioned with some of those coaches. And I never looked at myself as being one of those coaches, so you know, it's nice, but just hadn't got time to really enjoy it.
Well, and I understand that your current winning streak is 56-0. Is that right?
Oh no.
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 Okay.
We don't have a current winning streak. But
what's your current record?
We're 9-1 at Fife now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but no, we don't have a winning streak. That was a couple of years ago.
Okay, well, fantastic. Well, I remember being in Jordan-Hare Stadium with you guys at the state championship last year. One thing that stands out to me is how supportive the entire community was. I think everybody from Fife made the trip to Auburn and was there in the stands. So talk about how important the community is to the team's success.
Yeah, it is. They love their football, and they're going to show up, you know, and not a lot else to do at Fife, so let's all go to the football game. So, but we're, you know, we need that support sometimes, and I know the kids kind of thrive off that.
Let's talk about your current team and heading into the playoffs. How do you feel like the playoffs will go for you guys this year?
Well, I don't know. We're kind of an odd team this year. I have a lot of 11th graders, but yet then it drops to 9th graders starting. So we've had some growing pains, but we got a little better as years went on. And, you know, I got 4 freshmen that play a lot and start. So, you know, when you got that going on, that's experience. It sometimes when you run up against those seniors, we get beat up some, but we're getting better.
Well, Coach, I understand that you are now 1 win behind legendary coach Buddy Anderson from Vestavia Hills High School. And I understand that you're also friends. And did you speak to him last night?
I did. He sent me a text yesterday and congratulated me. Just a class guy, and I hadn't met him. We're not, you know, close friends, but, you know, I've met him. And just, you know, he just did that, you know, out of his own goodwill, and he didn't have to do that. And, you know, I makes me think a lot of him to do that. Take time out of his day to congratulate somebody that a lot of people might be jealous of coaches under, but I don't understand that at all. I'm not that way, and I know he's not.
Well, Coach, we congratulate you on all of your successes, years of success, and even your current success. We wish you the best of luck heading into the playoffs, and we hope to see you in Bryant-Denny in several weeks.
Yes, that'd be nice. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much. And we'll be right back after this on the AHSAA Bracket Show.
I need the King boys.
Don't call 2 clowns in a tow truck when you're dreaming of them King boys.
Welcome back, everyone, to the AHSAA Bracket Show. We are now joined by Coach Terry Curtis of UMS Wright. Welcome to the program, Coach.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Well,
man, what a lineage you have. It's my honor to be here with you.
Well, it's my honor to be here with you, the winningest coach in Alabama high school history. How does that feel?
Well, it's you know, it's very humbling. It shows you've had a lot of great coaches, players, administrators, communities, and everything, because it takes all that to have that kind of success. So that's been the, you know, probably the best part of it.
Well, and not only are you the winningest coach in Alabama high school history, last year you were the National High School Coach of the Year and were recognized at halftime during the Iron Bowl. How did that feel, just the weight of that honor?
Well, really the biggest thing was the way it happened. With I have a former player who lives way off up north, who works for CBS on the 2:30 game on you know, on CBS every week. And him being a former player knew that I had just broken the record and all. So he got it all started with CBS to make sure that happened. So for him to remember his old coach, that made it extra special.
That is special,
Yeah.
and that kind of speaks back to the recipe that you talked about of community and coaches and just everyone that goes into creating the success that you're enjoying.
Oh, no doubt.
Let's talk about your current team and then heading into the playoffs. So tell us a little bit about your team this year.
Well, you know, we have had a bunch of tight games, lost a couple that we usually find a way to win, and you know, this year with this team, they've just kind of been a little bit different, and playing a new quarterback and playing some new position guys and so forth. You know, we just kind of found our way through, and were lucky enough to find a way to win this past week to even get in the playoffs. So, you know, we're excited about it. You know, your deal's always let's get in and see what happens. So that's kind of where we are now.
Well, and then see what happens. I understand that you are the winningest coach in Alabama high school history. For the first round of the playoffs, you will go up against the number 2 winningest coach in Alabama high school history. So that's going to be a big game.
Well, Danny Horn's a great friend, great coach. Known him for many, many years. We talk all during the season and all, and it's my honor to kind of to go play him and go to where. You know, to his place and have that opportunity to see his facility and how he does. We've never played each other, and really we've been in different classes and everything else. So, you know, we're excited about it, other than how good he is. So, other than that, we're looking forward to the trip.
Well, very good. Well, we wish you luck in that game and going forward the rest of the playoffs. We hope we see you in Bryant-Denny several weeks from now.
Well, that'd be great. But thank you, and thank you for all you do for high school sports.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you.
Thanks so much.
Thanks.
You deserve a bonus. Get a new 55-inch 4K TV. Now at Sarah Nissan. 3 locations. Buy or lease any new Sarah Nissan and get a new 55-inch 4K TV, no charge. Event pricing on every new Nissan. 0% financing for 60 months and make 0 payments till next year. Plus, you get a lifetime warranty, no charge. So come get your bonus at Sarah Nissan in Birmingham and Sylacauga. Plus, Tony Sarah Nissan in Coleman.
For almost 10 years, there's been the go-to place for tires and automotive repair, Right Tire. Right Tire sells all makes of tires for anyone's vehicle and anyone's budget, and with Right Tire, you always get the right prompt service with the right price. Right Tire also can handle all of your bumper-to-bumper automotive needs with certified brake service, alignment, oil changes, tune-ups, and so much more. So when you want tires and automotive done right, see Right Tire on West Fort Williams in the heart of Sylacauga. Right work, right price, every time.
Uncle Marcus, will you tell us the story about King Boys again?
Sure. Well, it all started back in 2008.
2008?
We didn't have all the fancy towing equipment we do now, but we did have a service and a desire to help our customers. You see, kids, you must train your mind and your body to be able to help the people you call customer. When they call on us, it's showtime. Understand me. King Boys' mission is to help when people are in need. So what's our motto, children?
King Boys forever!
Welcome back, everyone, to the AHSAA Bracket Show and Coaches Meeting. I am here now with AHSAA Director of Communications, Ron Ingram. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Susan. I'm glad to be here.
Well, that's your official title, but everyone who knows you knows that you are a walking encyclopedia of Alabama high school athletic information for many years. Tell us a little about your background real
It's
quick.
walking and not running. Well, I started going to games and playing cup football in the end zone when I was 6. And watching my brothers play and watching my cousins play in Pike County. And then I just learned to love the games. So I started creating games you play, baseball games and football games you play with rolling dice from the Monopoly game and stuff like that, and keeping stats. And then as I got into high school, I was my high school editor for 4 years, and 3 years. And my aunt helped me get a scholarship to Ole Miss to go to a journalism workshop one summer for 2 weeks. And when I was there, Archie Manning was there at the time, and he was on campus, and a bunch of us were going to their big where the kids hang out anyway. And he would be in there, and he would start playing clubs with us in spades. And I got to know him, and I followed him through his career. And I knew though that I wanted to be a sports writer. And so I went to college and studied it and worked in college, and I worked everywhere I could. And then I went to work at my first sports editor's job was at the Dothan Progress in Dothan, then the Dothan Eagle. I went to the Birmingham News for 25 years, and I've been, I think this is my, finishing up my 17th year at the AHSAA.
Well, I'm pretty confident in saying that no one knows more about Alabama high school sports than you. And our assignment here is to go through the brackets for the first round of the playoff, and we're going to talk a little bit about each one. And I wouldn't do this with anyone but you, so let's get right into it.
Yes,
we'll start with Class 1A in the South. We've got Calhoun matched up against undefeated Leroy.
Interestingly, Calhoun was the team that when Barber County broke that long losing streak earlier this year, they beat Calhoun. And you think, my goodness, that's Barber County had lost 66 in a row. And Calhoun came back and really didn't let that one loss define them. The record's only 3-6, but they got better and better and better, and they clinched a playoff berth the last week of the regular season that they could. And Leroy, they get the benefit to play against the defending state champion, who is undefeated, Leroy.
That's right. Well, let's look at Keith versus Georgiana.
Georgiana is averaging almost 50 points a game. They scored 63 last night. Incredible program there. Keith is solid. They're from Orville, which is in Dallas County. They are solid, good, strong defensive. That could be, if that game is under 20 points for the winner, Keith has got a really good chance to win it. But if it's over 50, Georgiana has probably won it.
All right, Southern Choctaw versus another undefeated team, Lochapoka.
It's good to see Southern Choctaw back into the playoffs. During the COVID year, Choctaw County schools did not participate. Choctaw County nor Southern Choctaw, and so they had to kind of regroup after that and get back into the mindset. And now this is 2023. It's been 3 years, and they're back in the playoffs. They have a really fabled history. They've been in the state finals 2 or 3 times. Lochapoka's undefeated. They've had to play all of their home games at Beulah High School, which is in Lee County, about 35 miles, I think, from Lochapoka High School. And if you don't know where Lochapoka is, I can't really tell you. But this will help everybody. It's about 5 miles north of Nottasulga.
That's very helpful, Ron.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Brantley versus Linden.
Brantley and Linden have incredible history. Brantley's won state championships. Linden's won state championships. These are athletic teams that can play defense, they can score. Just last night, though, Brantley won their game to clinch this spot in the playoffs, 55-49 over Florella.
Wow.
And Florella's in too, so over 100 points scored in the game.
Wow. Okay. All right. Staying in Class 1A, Florella versus Sweetwater.
Well, I mentioned Florella. They're at 7-3. They're the 4th seed in Region 2. Sweetwater is Sweetwater. If you know anything about high school football and you know about 1A football, Sweetwater High School has the history. Longtime coach Nolan Atkins was there. We've had every one of the coaches that's been there pretty much been Hall of Famers. Coach Thompson, who's there now, will probably be a Hall of Famer one day when he gets old enough. And that's going to be one. I think that's going to be one of the better games.
Okay, Choctaw County versus Maplesville.
I mentioned Southern Choctaw. The other school in that county is Choctaw County, and they're 5-3 right now, and they're in the playoffs. So both of these schools have had to work uphill since COVID, and I think they've gotten there. But I tell you, Maplesville, they were the winningest team in the AHSAA from about 2005 to 2018. They really know how to play football at Maplesville.
They do. Okay, University Charter School versus Elba.
University Charter School is making history. This is just the 2nd year that they've competed in championship play, and they become the first charter school in Alabama to make it to our state playoffs. Their girls volleyball team just past Thursday, that's past Wednesday, that Thursday, they ended up playing in the state finals in state volleyball, and they got beat by Spring Garden in the 2A state championship.
And where are they located, Ron?
University Charter School is located in the Livingston area in Sumter County.
All right, and Elba, another undefeated school.
Elba is Elba. Elba, a lot of folks say Elba's the best team in it. They have a running back, Alvin Henderson, that's already gone over he's probably approaching 6,000 career rushing yards. In the last count I had, he had 31 touchdowns that have gone 60 yards or further in his career, and he's got another year to go.
Okay, Nottasulga, now we know where it is, versus Millry.
Nottasulga, just 5 miles south of Lochapoka. Everybody ought to know that. Nottasulga and Lochapoka, by the way, they are a fine, big rivalry, the way it's supposed to be done. Nottasulga is in Macon County, Lochapoka is in Lee County, and the county line divides them. Nottasulga's got to go to Millry. Millry has a really fine football team. Nottasulga is much better than the 5-4 record shows. They played a tough schedule. That should be a pretty good defensive battle.
All right, moving to the north in 1A, Shoals Christian versus Lynn.
This is one of Shoals Christian's best teams. They've got a tall order, though, going against Lynn. Lynn is averaging about 45 points a game, and they're just they're always good. They were in if I remember right, they were in our first Super 6 championships in Class 1A in 1996.
All right, Coosa Christian versus Spring Garden.
Coosa Christian, their record shows 5-5, but they had to forfeit 5 games early on, but that didn't slow them down. They regrouped, and they can really score some points. They're playing Spring Garden, which is just a really, really solid team. That probably could be one of the best attended games we have in 1A. I think it's going to be a really fierce game.
All right, Marion County versus Hackleburg.
Marion County, if you remember them back in 1972, 73, I believe they won 2 or 3 in a row. They're the Red Raiders, and they're playing Hackleburg. And what I like about Hackleburg is when when the tornado in '74 hit Marion County, Ewan, that's where it's at. The next year they played Hackleburg. Those folks at Hackleburg actually helped the Ewan folks. And when they came up there, they provided a dinner for all the fans and everything. Well, move it forward to about 2011 or 2008, a tornado hit Hackleburg.
Wow.
And they opened the season. They typically open the season with each other, and the Marion County folks did the same.
That's wonderful.
It's wonderful.
Good story. Okay, Ragland versus Valley Head.
Ragland's got a really good team. They play a tough schedule. They're 6-4. Valley Head's the same way. They're 7-3. What I love about Valley Head is it's right up there, up in Mentone, up in the beautiful mountains. And if you get to watch a game at Valley Head with the full moon, you don't need the stadium lights because there's two mountains and that moon gets right between it and it completely illuminates that stadium. It is a beautiful sight. But Valley Head it's not as pretty a sight if you're the visitor.
All right, probably not. All right, Winterboro versus Decatur Heritage.
Winterboro they play another rugged schedule. They play several teams outside their region that are bigger. They're 5-5. They're real athletic. Decatur Heritage is 9-1. And they won that region, and that's going to be a tall order for Winterboro, but they're pretty capable. That game will be played at West Morgan High School Stadium.
Okay, Pickens County versus Addison.
Pickens County, they're coached by Michael Williams, who played at the University of Alabama and played in the NFL. We have 4 of those coaches that I know, at least 4 that are here today that are played in the NFL.
Wow.
But one of them was Michael Williams. Addison has probably as much tradition, probably the most tradition of any 1A school in North Alabama other than Hazelwood and Cortland, which are now closed. Yeah. But Addison has got a fine team, always fun to watch. This will be a really good game.
Okay, Cedar Bluff and Wadley.
Cedar Bluff had a rough game one night this year. They got beat really bad, 94 points.
Wow.
But they turned around and they made it to the playoffs. They're going to have to face a 9-1 team. This Cedar Bluff team is much better than that one score that had no indicator. This is a really good football team, but they're 5-5, but they're a really good football team. And Wadley's a good one. That should be a really good game.
Okay, all right. Meek versus South Lamar.
Don't let the name Meek fool you. Meek is pretty strong. We got a strong in 3A. Meek is pretty strong.
Okay.
They go to South Lamar, and that's going to be another. Both of those teams have really good. They're good every year. They make the playoffs pretty much every year.
Okay, that wraps up 1A. Let's move on to 2A. In the South, we have Vincent versus Clark County.
Vincent has plenty of speed. It's located in Shelby County, down 280. They've got plenty of speed. They can score from anywhere. They're real good on special teams. They've got to go to Clark County, who is really good on defense. And that's going to be a mystery game there. Both teams are capable of winning, but it's just according to if Vincent can get those long runs working, the long plays working, Clark County could have trouble. But if Clark County does what they do to most folks down there, it'll be a low-scoring game.
See who shows up that night. Okay, Goshen versus GW Long.
Goshen is from my stomping ground in Pike County, 8-2. Just 2 years ago, not last year, but year before last, they didn't win a game.
Wow.
Except over Pike County. And they're playing GW Long, which has been a really strong team. GW Long's in Skipperville. They're not far apart. It's going to be a big crowd. Should be a high-scoring game.
All right, Washington County versus BB Comer.
Tall order for Washington County. Tall order for anybody playing BB Comer. They were in the state finals last year. They've got a fullback, linebacker who never comes off the field. He's going to have probably 20 tackles and 250 yards rushing. BB Comer at 10-0. I think that's probably going to be a third. No, that's the Friday. That may be a Thursday game. I'm not sure. But anyway, Washington County at BB Comer. Washington County's got their work cut out for them because BB Comer's 10-0.
Right. Well, and we keep mentioning these undefeated teams. I understand there's 20 undefeated teams.
20 undefeated teams, and there's also 28 with just one loss.
Wow. So we got some talent this year. Good teams. Okay, Ayrton versus Highland Home.
Ayrton, I think, upset Highland Home last year, if I'm not mistaken. But Ayrton is 6-4, but they're a really good 6-4. Highland Home is 9-1, and their only loss, we're going to see the next bracket, Reeltown.
All right. Wicksburg versus Reeltown.
Wicksburg has had several close games this year. Most of the games they've played have been close. They've won some, they've lost some, but they're in all of them. Reeltown has just been dominating. They're undefeated. And they beat Highland Home in the last game of the region season to win that region. Those two teams are from the same region. Reeltown is at home. It's not far, by the way, folks, from Notasulga and Lochapoka.
This is also a geography lesson. All right, Chickasaw versus...
And that's north of Tallahassee.
No, okay. Also, it's near Auburn.
Between Tallahassee and Auburn.
Right. All right, Chickasaw versus Thorsby.
Chickasaw is from Mobile, and they've got to go to Thorsby, which is in Chilton County. Thorsby has a really good football team. They're strong and physical. They've got good running backs. They can throw. They're one of the better teams, I think, in 2A. Chickasaw plays a lot of tough competition. I think that could be a tough game, too.
All right, Luverne and Cottonwood.
Luverne, that's one of our first 300-game winner. Coach Glenn Daniel, that's where he was from. Bless his heart. He's passed away. He's one of my true heroes. We all love him. But Luverne has got a really strong coach. Coach Rigby's there now, and he's got a really good team. Cottonwood has been really good all year. They were hoping to be undefeated, and they came really close to being undefeated this year.
Okay, Isabella and St. Luke's Episcopal.
Isabella is the rival of Thorsby in Chilton County, and they go to St. Luke's. That's kind of a mystery game. Both teams have been real good at times, and both times they've had trouble on defense. I think that'll be a good game.
Okay, let's head north into a Red Bay versus Tuscaloosa Academy.
Red Bay is located right up almost in the Mississippi line in northwest Alabama, about as far as you can go west in the Florence area and stay in Alabama. Tuscaloosa Academy, of course, is a school in Tuscaloosa. Tuscaloosa Academy is really sound, particularly in the skill positions and special teams. Red Bay just knows how to line up and play. That should be a pretty close game, too.
All right, Collinsville and Southeastern.
Collinsville is always, it seems like they're always in the hunt. Southeastern is one of our newer schools. It was a middle school in Blount County for a long time, just north of Princeton. And they have been really strong the last 3 years. And they got a home game this week, and I think they're looking forward to this matchup. It's going to be another one that's going to be well attended. It's going to be a fun game to watch. If you're just looking for a game to watch, this will be a good one.
Okay, Lamar County and Tanner.
Lamar County is 7-3. They kind of took it on the chin last night against a much bigger team. Tanner took it on the chin the week before against a much bigger team. But they both can put up 50 or 60 points any night.
Going into that game with the same record. Okay,
Yeah.
Pleasant Valley versus Pisgah.
Pleasant Valley's girls volleyball team won the state championship this past week.
Okay.
And so I know they're excited about that, but this is football, and Pleasant Valley is in the playoffs. They haven't been in there a lot, but they've had one of their best teams this year. But they're taking on a really good Pisgah team that only has one loss to 5.
To 5. Well, and there our next matchup, West End versus Fife.
Yep, Fife is 5. Fife won 51 straight games with Coach Benefield. I think you had a chance to talk with him earlier today.
Yes.
He has won his 300th game at Fife, and he's won 345 total. Incredible program. They do it the old-fashioned way. Many years they've been in the state finals, and their tailback had scored more touchdowns than the team had thrown passes.
Wow.
Yeah.
And my favorite is Fife, where the fans will tattoo their state championships on their arm.
Oh, yeah.
True story.
Okay, and of course, now the Aliceville is now they're playing West End. West End's got a tall order, but now, and one good thing about the playoffs, everybody, these records we're talking about is what has happened.
Correct.
And you never know what's going to happen with weather, with
That's right.
injuries, with just kids rising up.
I'm glad you brought that up, yeah.
And just because the team has got an overwhelming record against the other one, they're all 0-0 right
That's
now.
right. Clean slate in the playoffs. Okay, Aliceville versus Lexington.
Yeah, Aliceville's a good example. They're 5-5, but they lost to 2 6A schools. You know, and they lost to another 5A school. They're over near Tuscaloosa. They play all those big schools, and when they get to the 2A level, they are hard to beat. Lexington, much like them, Lexington is just a really strong. They're 6-4, but their 4 losses were to all quality teams.
Okay, North Sand Mountain and Locust Fort.
Now everyone knows where North Sand Mountain is.
On North Sand Mountain.
Yes, in Higdon, and it's. If you go up there to North Sand Mountain, the road's so curvy that you see your taillights in front of you.
I'll have to try that.
Yeah, but now North Sand Mountain was first known, got a state's attention when they averaged 110 points a game in basketball back in the 90s.
Oh, wow.
But now their football team is 5-5, but they played a pretty tough non-region schedule. They go to Locust Fork, who's 10-0. Locust Fork. Hasn't had a lot of. Most teams have not had a lot of undefeated seasons, but this Locust Fork team's averaging
Another
over 50
undefeated.
points a game.
Okay, Hatton versus Sullivan.
Hatton and Town Creek, located in Lawrence County, they're really solid year in and year out. And ironically, they're playing a team at Sullivan, which is not too far from them, over in Lamar County. It's the same way every year. Real solid, real solid.
Okay, before we move on to 3A, I think it's a good time to remind our viewers that Ron is doing all this with no notes. All these stats, names, locations, Ron, that's why I call him the encyclopedia. You just know it all. All right, let's move on to 3A.
Well, if you ask me a question, the first thing I'm going to say is, do you know the answer?
Well, the answer is probably no.
Well, if you don't, then yeah, I know the answer.
That's why you're here. All right, Class 3A in the South. Let's talk about Beulah versus Mobile Christian.
Beulah is another Lee County school, and I think we mentioned earlier, Lochapoka is going to play a home game at Beulah because their stadium is being renovated, and so they have to go 30 miles north. Beulah's got a road game, and that's why that was possible. They're going to Mobile Christian. They have a really tall order, 10-0. I think it was ranked number 1 in the Alabama Sports Writers rankings at the end of the year, end of the season. Mobile Christian is a powerful team. Beulah's got a tall order there, but they're ready to try it.
Okay, Alabama Christian versus Houston Academy.
Alabama Christian is really good offensively. Houston Academy is really good defensively. So it's going to be a wheel of two things. Both of them are capable. That could be, based on the number of points scored, either team could win that.
Okay. All right, Flomaton versus Walter Wellborn.
Flomaton, if nobody knows where Flomaton is, it is right on the Florida line. And they're the Hurricanes.
Okay.
They're 6-4. They go to Walter Wellborn, which is, of course, it's in Anniston, right next to Oxford. Flomaton, but they're very similar. They're very athletic. Both schools are very athletic, and their records are almost identical.
All right, Providence Christian versus Trinity Presbyterian here in Montgomery.
Providence had a really good start this year. They had a little lull in the midseason, but they kind of regrouped in time to get into the playoffs. They go against Trinity, who's not hit a lull. They're 9-1, and their only losses to the defending state champion.
Right.
So they are that's going to be a really good game. Providence needs to not make mistakes in this one. If they can go out there and play a perfect game, they've got a chance. But Trinity is a very good football team.
Okay, Opp versus St. James.
Ops Bobcats, located down in Covington County. If you're going to Fort Walton or Destin, you probably went through Opp. If you stopped at Perry's store, you probably saw the old men playing dominoes. And if you wonder why I say that, Look magazine took a picture of them one time, and had them on the cover of the magazine.
Wow.
I believe it was Look. But Opp has taken on that defending state champion. St. James last night beat 5A Carroll Ozark 49-48 in overtime. Their quarterback is back. He is an incredible quarterback, one of the best left-handers I've ever seen. Ops got their work cut out for them, but they're pretty doggone good, though.
Okay, W.S. Neal versus Randolph County.
W.S. Neal is in East Bruton. They lost the Battle of Murder Creek last night to T.R. Miller, but I don't think that'll hurt them. Coach Fountain does a really good job of coaching those teams up. They're going against Randolph County. Coach Prestridge at Randolph County always coaches them up. This is going to be what they call a slobber knocker, where it's going to be one in the trenches, because that's the way those coaches coach.
Slobber knocker. Okay.
Yeah.
How about Southside Selma versus Strong?
Southside of Selma may be one of the best kept secrets in the state. They had a quarterback last year threw for over 600 yards in one game.
Wow.
And he's back. And he's about 260 pounds.
Oh, wow.
And he's a big, I think his number was 9, and it's just, the number ain't big enough.
He needs double digits.
But he is, the South Side of Selma is a really good football team, and they're playing Strong, who won that region in Region 2. They're really strong, too. This might be the best 3A game of them all.
Yeah, another one-loss team there. Okay,
Yeah.
Dadeville versus Thomasville.
Dadeville, we all had Dadeville in our prayers since last year.
Absolutely.
One of their best players of last year's team was one of the young people that lost their lives in that tragic situation. But that community and that school has had such ability to keep moving forward, and I think that their record is not indicative of how good they really are. And they're going to be playing at Thomasville 8-1, which is a good good football town. That's going to be a really good game. Both of those are good football communities.
Okay, heading to the north in 3A, Phil Campbell versus Gordo.
Phil Campbell's got the work cut out for him because Gordo is Gordo. And that's David Housel's old home. Hey, David, I hope you're watching. But Mr. Housel loves his Gordo Green Wave. Gordo could be one of the teams favored to come out of the north.
Okay, Susan Moore versus Geraldine.
Susan Moore, 6-4. They ended up, I think, third in their region in Region 7. Geraldine ended up number 2 in their region to Sylvania. That's going to be a really good game. They're not far apart either, and both of them are right up the highway on the same highway.
Yeah, big crowd expected. Okay, Fayette County versus Lauderdale County.
Lauderdale County is 10-0, and this may be the best team they've had probably since the 1970s. They had I remember they played Ashford in the state finals, I believe it was in '73. That was a long time ago. I played softball with a bunch of those boys from Ashford, and they're still talking about Lauderdale County and how tough they were.
Wow.
But that's going to be a good game because Fayette County plays a tough schedule, and they're always competitive.
Okay, Piedmont and J.B. Pennington.
Piedmont, Coach Steve Smith retired from their school and went to Westbrook Christian. They've got a new head coach this year. He had to replace a lot of people. They got better as the year went along, and they're playing their best football right now, and that's not a good sign for anybody that's got to play them. J.B. Pennington's been pretty consistent, but they've got to really work hard when they take on Piedmont.
Okay, Hoax Bluff versus Madison Academy.
Hoax Bluff, Coach Mike Robertson went into our Hall of Fame this past year. Well, really proud of him. Madison, but he's got a tall order too at 5-5. Hoax Bluff's boys from Etowah County's got to take on Madison Academy, who's 10-0.
All right, Oakman versus Mars Hill Bible.
Oakman is 7-3. They've got another tall order. Mars Hill Bible has been one of the best schools. They won state championship in 2A, and now they've been in 3A, and they are a really good football team. Oakman is a good football team, and they'll have to play a really good game to win this one. But I think it could be much closer than what some people think.
Okay, Vinemont and Sylvania.
Vinemont is 4-6, but they was another team that improved as the year went along. And Sylvania is a team that has just been solid for about the last 3 or 4 years. Sylvania is one of those DeKalb County schools right up there next to 5, and that'll be a fun game to watch.
All right, Colbert County and Winfield.
Colbert County this year is the 46th time that school has made the state playoffs. That's our state leader in making the playoffs. I think it's 46 out of 56 years. That's pretty amazing. They're on the road. They go to Winfield. Winfield's well named because Winfield wins. Well, one thing I do want to say about Winfield 9-1, one of their former players, one of their former athletes was Trey Cunningham, and last year he won the Bowerman Award, which would be the Heisman Award, a trophy for college track athletics. He was named the College Athlete of the Year, and he ended up being the second fastest human in the world. So quite a track. But Winfield's a good team. Colbert County's a good team. That'll be a good game.
It's a good matchup. Okay, well, Brian, we're going to take a quick break here. Okay. Not that you need it. I know you can go on forever. But when we come back, we'll move on to 4A. Okay. All right, we'll be right back after this on the AHSAA Bracket Show.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
For almost 10 years, there's been the go-to place for tires and automotive repair, Right Tire. Right Tire sells all makes of tires for anyone's vehicle at anyone's budget, and with Right Tire, you always get the right prompt service with the right price. Right Tire also can handle all of your bumper-to-bumper automotive needs with certified brake service, alignment, oil changes, tune-ups, and so much more. So when you want tires and automotive done right, see Right Tire on West Fort Williams in the heart of Sylacauga. Right work, right price, every time.
HSAA Bracket Show. I'm Susan Carruthers, and I'm here with Director of Communications for the Alabama High School Athletic Association, Ron Ingram. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I should have worn my red coat.
Could have all worn red.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I said in our last segment that you are the encyclopedia of Alabama high school athletic information, and you proved that as we just went through the brackets for Class 1A through 3A, and we're going to continue now with 4A and let you share your thoughts on these matchups.
Yeah.
So 4A in the South, let's talk about Cleburne County versus Jackson.
And we're going to make this a geography lesson, too. So.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
We need it.
Okay, now you tell me, where's Cleburne County located?
Cleburne County, let's see. North Alabama?
It's in East Alabama,
East.
and the
guess.
town is Heflin.
Oh, Heflin. Okay, I would have
You've driven past it many times.
Need some clues.
Yeah, Cleburne County, they're 4-6. They're going to Jackson 9-0, and Jackson won a tough region, Class 1A region. That's a tall order for Cleburne County, but Cleburne County is playing their best football of the season, and they had to win 2 weeks ago to get in, and then they had to win a tiebreaker to get into the playoffs, and they did all of that. And they beat the Welborn team that we just talked about in Class 3A to
and
do
another undefeated team.
They did that last night, so that could be a pretty good game. But Jackson is a really good football team.
Yes. Okay. Sipsey Valley. Don't know where that is. You can tell me.
Sipsey Valley is the only school probably in Alabama that has an oil well in its front yard. So to
Really?
speak.
That's a fun fact.
It's located in Tuscaloosa County.
Okay.
It was a middle school for a long time, but the growth in Tuscaloosa County has been moving out, sort of like in Birmingham, how it moves to Chelsea,
right,
or in Montgomery, how it's moved to Wetumpka and to Prattville and areas. But Sipsey Valley is just a beautiful place in the state, country. Out in the country, but they're a good football team, 6-4. Their first football coach was Coach Walden Tucker's son Lance, who is now the head coach at Demopolis.
Okay. All right. Versus Andalusia.
Right, and we'll talk about them in a little while. But Sipsey Valley takes on defending state champion Andalusia. They do have a tall order. This team in Andalusia's only loss is to Montgomery Catholic, which we'll mention in a minute.
Sure.
Andalusia is a really good football team. Sipsey Valley will have to play one of their best games to win that one.
Okay, St. Michael Catholic. I know we have a lot to say about them versus Handley.
St. Michael Catholic has a quarterback by the name of Gunnar Rivers. He's thrown for probably 3,000 yards already this year in 10 games. I don't know where he got his talent other than the fact that his dad's his head coach. Philip Rivers was one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history. In fact, some call him the greatest quarterback to never win a Super Bowl in NFL history.
Wow.
Because his team just never did have all the pieces of the puzzle. But he threw just as many yards as when he retired as Drew Brees had and as Tom Brady had. Hadn't won as many Super Bowls, obviously, but an incredible athlete in his own right, but he's not playing the game.
Right.
His son Gunnar is, and his son Gunnar is just a freshman. They've got a lot to go with him, and this is their first time in the state playoffs. They take on Handley. Handley is Coach Larry Strange's team is one of the best year in and year out. That's a tall order for St. Michael Catholic, but also Handley, it's a tall order too. The big challenge here, I think, is going to be they're really skilled. Handley's really skilled in the secondary, and they're really skilled in matching up with the receivers. So how good is St. Michael Catholic? Can their receivers get open?
Right.
And it's going to be a strong test for young Gunnar.
That's right. He will be tested. Okay, BT Washington versus Alabama Christian.
Really proud of Booker T. Washington of Tuskegee. This is one of their better teams. They have been solid all year. Their crowds are great. They had one game, I think they had to finish against Montgomery Academy. For some reason, it didn't get scheduled properly, and they didn't get to start at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
But they ended up winning that game, and the fans came and watched and were very diligent. And but BT Washington is a really good football team. A tough one for American Christian. They're 8-2, but this is a tough matchup because Booker T. Washington has a lot of athletes.
And you just mentioned Montgomery Academy. They will play Bibb County.
They have a tall order. Montgomery Academy's record is 4-6, but they have a new coach. They had to get everything they actually rebounded from that late night game and have really been playing well since.
That's right.
And Bibb County is Bibb County. If you don't know where Centerville is, they're the Choctaws, and they are really good.
Really good. Okay, Bayside Academy versus Jacksonville.
Bayside Academy is in Daphne. It's not very far from St. Michael's School. They go to Jacksonville, which is a pretty good haul up above Anniston, And both of those teams throw the ball well. Jacksonville, particularly, is a good passing team. They're both 8-2. I think this could be one of the better games in the state this coming week.
Okay, West Blockton takes on Powerhouse Montgomery Catholic.
I love the name West Blockton. Finding West Blockton is another matter.
Tell us how to find it.
Well, you ask someone.
Okay.
you get off, I think it's Green Hill, and go until the first, if you've got a GPS, use it.
Okay.
You know, plug in West Blockton Dollar General, and I think it can get there. It's a great place. It's in the middle of Central. It's in Butte County, I believe, or Tuscaloosa County. It's right there. It's all in the woods. But everybody there knows how to deer hunt. These kids are tough, hard-nosed kids. They're taking on. They're going to have to be. They're taking on Montgomery Catholic. This is probably the best team in Montgomery Catholic history.
Yeah.
How good is it? They beat the Finnish state champion Andalusia just 2 weeks ago, and they've only given up less than 40 points all season.
That's incredible. Okay, Anniston versus T.R. Miller.
Anniston history goes way back. And that's a good haul, too. Anniston, of course, over on I-20, almost in Georgia.
Right.
T.R. Miller's in Bruton, almost in Florida.
Wow.
That's a long haul.
drive.
Yeah, just the way Anniston's in Region 4, which is the highest southern region. And excuse me, T.R. Miller is in Region 1, which is the furthest south one.
Okay.
T.R. Miller history goes way back.
Okay.
That may be the most tradition-based school in Class 3A.
Okay,
Excuse me, 4A.
4A. We're going to stay in 4A, but move to the north. Priceville versus Dora.
Priceville is another place that's growing with leaps and bounds. It's right outside of Decatur, and they're 4-6 this year, but that record is a little bit deceiving. They've been a really good, solid team for the last 3 or 4 years. They're going to be taking on Dora. Dora had hit some hard times, but now they've got and their coach, Chavis Williams, you got to interview him on our show, another one of our NFL coaches.
Yes, that's right.
And players with NFL history that played at Alabama. Doro had a big win last night to win a tiebreaker to win the #1 seed.
Wow. Okay, Brooks versus, and you got to be from Alabama to know how to pronounce Aniana.
Aniana. The Aniana is the winningest school in Alabama state history.
Is that right?
They have 726 wins as a school. They really want 727. And it's going to be a tough order. Brooks is a really good football team, even though they're 6-4. That's a really difficult region they're in. Aniana has a boy named Fluff Bothwell.
Okay.
And you had him. Remember, you had him on this show.
Fluff, yeah.
Fluff can score any time the ball is in the air, on the ground.
Wow.
He had 23 tackles in one game this year, but he's also rushed. Last year he rushed for over 3,000 yards, and this year combined he'll probably if they get to advance, he'll have another shot at 3,000 yards rushing.
My goodness.
He's an incredible player, and that's no fluff.
That's no fluff. All right, Oak Grove versus Westminster Christian.
I had a chance to go to Oak Grove during the regular season. They honored their 1983 football team, which is the only state championship team they've had. Wow. I saw that game. They played Cottonwood back in 1983, the night before the Alabama-Auburn game. It rained 8.5 inches during the game.
Oh, my goodness.
And I mean, it was soaking. I thought my car was going to float away. And they played through it. Now, there's some lightning rules now that we didn't have back then. But this is they think maybe the best team they've had since then.
Wow.
But the night I went up there, they honored the 26 of the 27 players on that team were there. One had passed away.
Wow, that's neat.
And it was just a nice night. Then they're playing Westminster Christian, who has a quarterback, Brandon Mush, I believe that's the way he says it. But Brandon's had about 9 or 10 games where he has had more than 400 yards total offense.
Wow.
He's an incredible quarterback who can run or throw. He's even rushed and passed for over 200 yards in the same game.
Wow, so he's one to watch.
Yeah, that could be a high-scoring game.
Okay, Fultondale versus Deschler.
Fultondale is a school that has had a lot of history, but they fell on hard times. They had a coach that had been there a long time. He left and went to Helena, and it took a little while for them to regroup. Fultondale is a fast-growing area in Birmingham, too. This year, they finally got regrouped, and they're playing really, really well right now. They go to play Deschler, who plays really well every year. That's a tall order for Fultondale, but it's also a tall order for Deschler. That could be a surprise game.
Okay. All right. Etowah versus West Morgan.
Etowah, you said it right.
Oh, yeah.
Etowah, people know where it's at. It's in Ottawa.
Okay.
That makes it easy, right?
That clears it up.
It did. And they're going to West Morgan, who has averaged over 50 points a game all season.
Wow.
They have scored as much as 84 in one game.
Incredible.
But they gave up 53 that night.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So Etowah's 3-7, but that's a deceiving record because they've lost some close games. They're more defense oriented, but they're going to have to be because this West Morgan team can really score. They're from Trinity, if you want to know where that is in Morgan County.
Okay. All right, Corner versus Randolph.
Now, everybody knows where Corner is.
That's right. It's on the interstate.
Not really.
Well, you're right. There's a sign on 65 North that says Corner.
And then there's a sign about 8 miles later, and then there's about 12 miles later.
You got to keep going.
And then there's one 15 miles later that said you missed it.
Oh. Well, I guess I missed it.
Yeah. Now, Corner is where my good friend Kevin Skarbinski lives.
Oh, okay. Very good.
And it's a great school. This is their best season ever. They won their first 8 games. Then they got beat in their 9th game. And then they came back and won last night, and they won a tiebreaker. They're the only 9-1 team that has to travel. And because they were in a tiebreaker, 3-way tie with Dora and Haleyville, and they lost out in the tiebreaker. Even though they won their game, the tiebreaker was L, and it got them.
So the tiebreaker, let me ask you real quick, when there's 3 teams involved, it ends in a coin toss?
Yeah. No, if it's a 3-way tie, you first tiebreaker, did one of the teams beat the other 2 teams?
Okay.
If they didn't, then you say, who had the best winning percentage against the number 1 team in the region?
Okay.
And most of these tied for first, second, and third. So you go to who had the best winning percentage in the number 4, 5, 6, and 7. They all had the same.
Wow.
So then they'd go to the tiebreaker L if they play the same number of games, and then it's the team whose non-region defeated opponents have the most wins in their class or 2 classes below them. This is a 4A school, so any team that they play that was 2A or above counted. And in that tiebreaker, L, Dora won out by the game they won last night by 1 win. But because Corner's only loss was to Haleyville. Haleyville got beat last night, so they didn't win the tiebreaker. But then you go back after Dora got number 1, the 2 remaining teams go back head-to-head by tiebreaker A, who beat who. And Haleyville beat Corner, even though that's Corner's only loss. Haleyville got the number 2 seed, which we'll talk about in a minute down below. And Corner got the number 3 seed. That is 3 really good teams right there. And Oak Grove is the 4th seed in that region, and that's their best team since 1983. That's a strong region this year.
I'm really glad you're keeping up with all that.
But anyway, Corner's playing Randolph School. Marvin Cho, who works with us, is a graduate of Randolph School. That's a school up there, but a lot of those kids' parents work at Redstone Arsenal, work in the space industry at NASA. The boy that the person that invented Wikipedia is a Randolph graduate.
Really?
He was one of Marvin's friends in high school.
Oh, that's great.
And Marvin on our staff was a great swimmer there.
Okay.
And a soccer player. But Randolph is the number 2 seed. They've got a tough battle with Corner, even though they're a number 2 seed. That area, that Region 5, is going to be tough for all of those teams. I think that's going to be a hard, tall order for any of those teams.
Okay, Central Florence versus Cherokee County.
Central Florence played in a game last year with Westminster Christian, and Westminster Christian set a state record that night, losing the game 70-69, and 69 is the most points ever scored in a loss.
Oh, wow.
But Central won that game. This year they played again, and it was about the same score, but Central didn't win it this time. They're taking on Cherokee County, who was 9-0 till last night. They got beat last night by a really good Fort Payne team in 6A. Central Florence is going to have to work hard to play with Cherokee County, which was in the finals last year and lost to Andalusia in the state finals.
Okay, North Jackson versus a place near and dear to my heart, Haleyville.
Oh yeah, Haleyville is that other team that was in class 4A, Region 5. And it's really near to your heart because that's where your granddad started making his claim to fame as a coach, and then brought him to the AHSAA for so many years. And all these things we're talking about now, these playoffs, this was all what Mr. Scott was brought to the AHSAA to do. And I know if he was here now, he would be so proud, because when we started it, it was just 4 teams, and it was a point system thing. They're just trying to figure out how you were going to do it. Because teams didn't want to divide up in areas and regions. They wanted to keep those local games they played for the gates, and it took him some. But what I was most proud of Mr. Scott, I know we're veering off the bracket a little bit. Mr. Scott, when he became the executive director of the AHSAA, the next year, I believe there were 32 deaths in high school football across America.
Wow.
And Mr. Scott, being an old football coach, not old, but he was a young man then, he says, that is
that is intolerable. That should never happen. So he started working. He was on the NFHS Football Rules Committee, probably the best one on the committee because he was a football coach. And he started working hard about trying to develop safety standards. There was no safety standards.
Wow.
Now we
Can you
have safety
imagine?
standards for equipment.
Sure.
It was through his push that we got the spearing penalty put in, because if a guy was on the ground before, they could hit him and it was not a penalty. And a lot of people got hurt, and that's where most of the deaths occurred.
Wow.
But in 1991, when he stepped down, guess how many deaths we had in America?
How many?
0.
Wow, that's incredible.
If that's not a story to be told.
That's a story.
And that's why Mr. Scott, your granddaddy, is in the NFHS Hall of Fame,
Right.
in the Alabama High School Sports Hall of Fame, in the Alabama Sports Hall of Fame, because he made that kind of difference, not just for Alabama, but for every kid that plays the sport of football. That's just the one sport.
That's right.
That's just one sport.
And as a mother who has children now, entering this age to play football, I am grateful for those safety improvements, and I know all other mothers are as well.
But you're also glad he was your granddaddy too.
Oh, I'm very glad. And let me say, too, I know that he would be so proud of the Alabama High School Athletic Association
I know
and where
he
you
would.
guys are today. Let me ask you one last question about that matchup. Is that going to take place in Haleyville?
Let's see. Haleyville is at home, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good, because they call that stadium the Bubba after my granddaddy. So that matchup takes place in the Bubba. That'll be great.
There's also a hill near there that they call it after Bubba. I won't tell you what they say about that one.
That he made him run up the hill.
Oh, that hill. It started with an H too.
Oh, okay. I can guess. All right. Well, so we'll get back on track
I think we
here.
just wrapped that up, didn't we?
I think we did.
We just wrapped up
that
4A.
wrapped up 4A. Let's move on to 5A. And in the South, we've got Beauregard versus Gulf Shores.
Don't you love the name Beauregard?
I sure do.
Yeah, I got interested in Beauregard, and I started wondering, how did that school come about? And there were about 6 to 8 small schools back in the 20s in Lee County. And slowly but surely, they started putting them together and putting them together and putting them together. And Beauregard was that school that evolved.
Okay.
And so it's a rural school right outside of Auburn, not as rural as it used to be. They go to Gulf Shores, tall order. Gulf Shores undefeated. I think they finished the regular season ranked number 1. Beauregard is a very good, got a tough order, but Beauregard's a good football team now.
All right, Marbury versus Charles Henderson.
Speaking of the coin flip, from what I understand last night, that Marbury, Selma, and Shelby County ended up in a 3-way tie, and it had to go all the way to the coin flip to decide it. And when we did the coin flip in the office, now I think Mr. Briggs might have discussed that with you a little bit in a tape, in an interview, but I don't know if he told you this or not, but the fans stayed in the stadium at Marbury, and they did a Zoom, from what I understand, and they announced it over the microphone, and whenever they won the toss.
Oh, wow.
And the
That's
place cheered, even though they got beat in the game.
Yeah.
They could have won it if they'd have won the game with
Yeah.
Chilton County, but Chilton County is a 6A school. It was a tall order.
Sure.
But that's and even though they're 2-8, it meant that much to that school to get in, because that's what the playoffs mean.
That's great. And isn't it great through technology that they could do that Zoom and announce it in real time? That's really special.
Yeah. And then they're taking on Charles Henderson. They're 6-3, but don't let that fool you. They were in the state finals last year, and they have 2 boys on their team that I think we'll probably see on Sunday someday.
Wow, okay. All right, the next game, before we get into it, I want to mention that it is the WOTM game of the week, so you can watch it on Friday night on all the WOTM platforms. It's UMS Wright versus Central Clay County.
Now,
Tell us about it.
why did we pick that game, do you think?
Let's see. Is that the number 1 and number 2 winningest high school coaches?
I think you know your stuff. That's right.
Not like you, but a few things.
Terry Curtis, who was the National High School Coach of the Year last year, he coaches UMS Wright. He has 350. I wrote it down. I don't want to get it
That's
wrong.
the first time Ron's having to check his notes.
Yeah. It's 709 wins between them, I know that. He's won 359 games and only lost 97. Danny Horn, the coach at Central Clay County, they're undefeated at 10-0. He is 350 and 96. He's also the same coach that coached Clay County High School before they merged with Lineville to 55 straight wins back in the 90s. That included playoffs. Most of our streaks prior to that, they didn't have playoffs. They just finished the regular season. This is going to be a whale of a game. UMS Wright, by record, they're only 6-4, but they have won by the skin of their teeth. Talking to Coach Curtis earlier this morning, and he said this team just amazes him because they find a way. And he says it's hard work every game, and he knows this is going to be another one.
Wow.
This is a tough task for both schools. But imagine combined 709 wins and less than 200 losses.
That's right. Well, it's worth tuning into WOTM just to see the coaching that'll go on.
And
in
it'll
this
be a
game.
live stream on the NFHS network, and it will be on any cable channel that picks up the AHSAA TV network.
That's right. Okay, very good. All right, Headland versus Holtville.
This is the best Headland team that has been probably in 25 years since Willie Tullis was quarterback, and that was 1978. Willie ended up playing 12 years in the NFL at defensive back, a position he never played ever.
Wow.
And now he's helping coach that team. They're playing Hopeville, and Coach Franklin has done a remarkable job at Hopeville. He's really turned that program into a winning, consistent winner. Hopeville won the state baseball title last spring too, so they're having a really good time. They're located in Deatsville, right next to Lake Jordan. How you want to say
I actually know that.
and Headland has got to travel. They're from way down near Dothan. One thing Headland, I'm sure, will bring a crowd for us. They had 3 kids that were named All-America bass fishermen from high school.
Wow, okay.
So they're going to probably be listening to the game while they're sitting on the lake.
That's right, they may be. All right, Carroll versus Demopolis.
Carroll of Ozark is 4-6, and they're going to Demopolis. That's where Lance Tucker, Walden Tucker's son, Walden's another one of our 300 winners that's retired. He came into Demopolis this year. They had a couple of rough outings, but they really put it all together, and they're 8-2 right now. Carroll of Ozark is much better than their record shows. They're 4-6, but the game last night, they played defending state champion St. James, and they lost 49-48.
Wow. Okay, next we've got another matchup of identical records, BC Rain versus Valley.
BC Rain is a team that's probably been one of the most improved teams in Mobile area. They came so close. If they could have won their game with the Gulf Shores Friday night, then they would have been the region champion. They finished number 3. It was a 3-way tie with UMS Wright and Viger, and Viger was the one that did not get. Faith finished second, but they're playing Valley, and Valley has a guy named Cam Dooley. Let me tell you, their basketball team this past year became the first large school 5A team to go undefeated since John Carroll did back with Ronald. I can't believe it. Anyway, John Carroll. But Cam was a star basketball player. He's their star quarterback. He's a star receiver. Cam Dooley is the real thing.
Okay, Shelby County versus Eufaula.
Shelby County was in that coin flip, and when that Marbury won the coin flip in the 3-way tie, the 2 remaining teams, Shelby County and Selma, went back into the tie to tiebreaker A, and that's who beat who. And Shelby County beat Selma in the regular season, so they got that 4th seed.
That's an exciting night last night.
And they're playing Eufaula, coached by Jarrell Jernigan, another one of our coaches who played in the NFL.
Wow.
Gerald has an interesting note too. And your granddad was there to see it, I believe. He's the only kid in AHSAA All-Star history to throw a touchdown pass to himself.
Now explain that.
He was playing quarterback. He threw it, and a big old Mississippi lineman slapped it in the middle of the air. And Gerald, who played defensive back and wide receiver, went up and snatched it out of the air and ran it in for a touchdown.
That's incredible.
And every time I see him, I have to mention it, and he likes that.
That's a good stat, yeah. All right, Elmore County versus Faith Academy.
Coach Caldwell at Elmore County has done a remarkable job. He took over a team that was 1-9, 0-10 before he got there, and now this is the 2nd straight year in the playoffs, 8-2. He was an incredible quarterback himself in high school at Dadeville, and went on and was the Gulf South Player of the Year at West Alabama. He's all that, and he's comes from a family of coaches, and he's got all that knowledge, and he was made to be a high school coach. He's doing a really good job. They're going to be a tough opponent for Faith Academy, but the same as it could be said, Faith Academy is going to be a tough opponent for Elmore County. This is going to be a game. It's going to be a really good game to watch.
Yeah, sounds like it. Okay, moving to the north in 5A, West Point versus Ramsey.
Now, they're not the Cadets. Now, West Point is in Cullman County. Take a left on at exit 210, I believe, 310. 310.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, and you'll see it. West Point's a nice community. They're going to Ramsey, the defending state champs. West Point's got their work cut out for them because this Ramsey team may be better this year than they were last year.
Okay, all right. Arab versus Leeds.
You said it right.
Of course I did.
Arab. Arab is 8-2 and has been really good all year. They were in a three-way tie, also for first place with Gunnersville and Scottsboro. And in the tiebreaker situation, Gunnersville won the tiebreaker, and Scottsboro had beaten Arab, so they got the 2, and Arab got 3, so that made them travel. They're going to Leeds. That's 2 8-2 teams, and that says enough.
Yeah.
Leeds is one of our better teams. Been a better team for the last 20 years. That'll be a really good game.
All right, Fairfield and Russellville.
Fairfield is 4-6, but for the second straight year, they have started slow, and mainly because the schedule was the same. Played a lot of tough games early, and they came back and won the games they had to. You interviewed, I think we had Coach at Fairfield on the AXA TV weekly show,
right.
And he was talking about how they wanted to improve. Well, they get a chance now to face Russellville, who has one of the best sophomore running backs in the country. But Fairfield is very talented athletically. I think that's going to be a much closer game than people might think.
Okay, Moody and Scottsboro.
Moody has been really, really good. Coach Gaines has done a great job turning that program into a consistent winner. It was already pretty good when he got there. He's taken it to the next level. And Scottsboro has really had a great season. That's going to be another one of our better games. I wouldn't be surprised to either one of those two teams come out and go very deep in the playoffs.
Okay, Springville and Gunnersville.
Springville 5-5. They got into the playoffs as the 4th seed in that same region where Moody and Leeds. And it was a three-way tie. And Southside were a three-way tie there when they had to go through the tiebreakers. But they go to Gunnersville, who won that tiebreaker in Region 7. Gunnersville's got a really good football team. Springville is got their work cut out for them, but Springville's record's a little better than it looks because that may be one of the toughest regions in the state.
Really? Okay, John Carroll Catholic and Fairview.
Great season for John Carroll Catholic. And they're going to Fairview, who has had another great season. I think this will be a really good game. It'll be interesting to see how good John Carroll does being a Birmingham school, playing most of the games in Birmingham, traveling outside the city to Fairview up in Coleman County.
Okay. All right, Boaz versus Southside.
Boaz and Southside are not far apart. Boaz is a really good offensive team. Defensively, they've given up a lot of points, but they can score. Southside's team is just solid all the way around. It won that tiebreaker there in that region, in Region 6. That'd be a fun game to watch. If you can scroll the NFHS network, you might can see a little bit of all these.
You can see a lot of good football if you do that. That's right. Okay, Lawrence County versus Pleasant Grove.
Best team Lawrence County's had in a long time, and they're probably better than 6-4 shows. Pleasant Grove, really, really good. Coach LeBeau is a very good coach, and that's both of those teams are really good. Lawrence County's got their work cut out for them because Pleasant Grove has a lot of skilled people who can fly.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to move on up into 6A. So first of all, in the South, we've got McAdory versus Saraland.
McAdory has been one of the better defensive teams year in and year out in Class 6A. This team has been a little better offensively than a lot of the teams that they've had, but they're taking on Saraland. Saraland is probably, some folks call them the best team in the state in any class.
Okay.
They're 10-0. They won 70. They scored 70 last night. I think it's going to be a real interesting. Game.
Match up there. Okay, Briarwood Christian and Carver of Montgomery.
Briarwood is 5-5, but they played a really rugged schedule. Carver Montgomery is 7-3. They're a good football team. This will probably be their last year in 6A because them and Sidney Lanier are going to be merging next year.
Right. So they'll probably move up.
I think they'll move to 3. I haven't seen the numbers, but I think they'll probably move up.
Okay. All right. St. Paul's Episcopal versus Hillcrest Tuscaloosa.
They lost a tough game to Theodore last night, which meant that they were the 4th seed. They go against undefeated Hillcrest Tuscaloosa. Hillcrest is a tough place to play anytime, but this Hillcrest team may be one of the teams to watch to have a shot at upsetting Saraland.
Yeah, well, and when you got those undefeated teams, we mentioned there are 20 of them, and they've got that momentum. It's
they got their momentum, but they also got that X on their back,
too. That's right. They got a target on their back. That's right. Okay, Wetumpka versus Helena.
Wetumpka's been up and down this year, but they have been more up than down. They played a lot of close games. Helena was 8-0 and was playing really well, but their 2 toughest games were their 2 last ones. And it was going to take a lot of work for them to win both of those. That should be a pretty good game, though.
Okay. All right. Sidney Lanier versus Benjamin Russell.
Benjamin Russell, I've watched them 2 or 3 times on our NFHS network. They are really, really good when they're really good. And they've been really good the last 4 or 5 weeks. They're going to be a hard team to beat. Sidney Lanier's got a lot of talent. And anybody that takes them lightly will really be in trouble.
Yeah. Okay. Theodore and Hueytown.
Theodore last year was one of our best teams, went all the way to the semifinals. This year they've had a little more struggle, but they're still strong, and they finished up strong. Hueytown the same way, they finished up strong. That'll be another one of those games. If you could buy a ticket to it, that'd be a good one.
That'd be a good idea. Okay, Homewood versus Pike Road.
Now, one thing's for certain, the Patriots will win.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, Homewood
Two
is the Patriots and
right
Pike
there.
Road is the Patriots.
Thought you were making a prediction there.
I am.
But no.
I'm making a prediction. The Patriots will win.
That's a safe one.
Right, but now Homewood's records are deceiving. They have been in every game they've played. Pike Road has been in every game they've played. Pike Road has got some really good skill people.
Yeah.
It's going to be it's going to be really hard to win on the road here, but Homewood's capable.
Yeah, two good teams there. Okay, Bessemer City versus Spanish Fort.
That's a long haul from Bessemer City to Spanish Fort, and Bessemer City's got a lot of good athletes. When they're playing well, they are unstoppable.
Yeah.
But they have been a little inconsistent. But this team has gotten better and better. Spanish Fort is really good, but they know they got their hands full.
Okay, well that wraps up the south of 6A. Let's move to the north. May Jemison versus Parker.
Parker is 9-1 and as good as you'll see. May Jemison's 3-7, but probably could be 7-3 just as easily. But they've got their hands full with Parker.
Okay, Athens versus Oxford.
Really good game here. Both of these teams are good in every facet of the game, well coached. That would be another one that if you could just go pick a game to see, that's as good a game as we'll have on the docket probably.
Okay. Gardendale and Gadsden City.
Records are just flipped. Gardendale is 3-7, Gadsden City 7-3. Last year you could have flipped them the other way.
Okay.
But both teams are very similar. They got great skilled athletes. They can score a lot of points. This Gadsden City team could be a surprise team. If they can play it well every week, they make it go a long way. Gardendale, though, is capable of beating them. So they can score points.
Okay. All right. Center Point and Hartselle.
Another really good game. Center Point 7-3. That's a tough region 6. It's got Clay Chalkville in it and Oxford.
Wow.
But they came out of it number 3. Hartselle is number 2 from Region 7. Very good game. Hartselle's games have been a little closer. They've been winning all the close games. Center Point's won the close games. This one will probably go down to the wire.
Okay. Pinson Valley and Muscle Shoals.
Muscle Shoals is 9-0. Pinson Valley's 4-5. Pinson Valley does have their work cut out for them. Muscle Shoals, though, does not need to be looking ahead because Pinson Valley's got some real talent.
That's right. Well, like you said earlier, everybody's
0-0 right now.
0-0 now. Okay, Mortimer Jordan versus Fort Payne.
I love Mortimer Jordan, and I have to say, our hearts go out to that community because Jimmy Trotter, their principal for many, many years, one of Mr. Scott's favorite principals, probably my most favorite principal when I moved to Birmingham. Mr. Trotter passed away, and he was a wonderful man. He was the principal there for probably 50 years.
Wow.
Mortimer Jordan's got a really good football team. Fort Payne can score a lot of points. So Mortimer Jordan's a little better defensively, but can they slow down Fort Payne's offense? That'll be the key.
We shall see. Coleman versus Clay Chalkville.
Coleman's got their work cut out for them too, because Clay Chalkville's 10-0, and everybody says Clay Chalkville's the team to beat in North Alabama. But I would imagine that one team could do something about it this week is Coleman.
Okay. All right. Buckhorn versus Mountain Brook. Now tell me where Buckhorn is.
Buckhorn is not too far from Gurley.
You just clear it all up, Ron.
Well, close to Hazel Green.
Okay.
You know, it's in Madison County. If you go east of Huntsville, northeast of Huntsville, it's one of those communities a lot like Clay Chalkville, in that it's where Huntsville has grown to. It used to be a smaller 2A school, and now it's ballooned over the years to a 5A, 6A, and it's even been a 7A school.
Oh, really? Okay.
But Buckhorn they've been playing really good since about the 4th week of the season, really good. Mountain Brook lost a tough one the other night, but they're just Mountain Brook.
Yeah.
You know, they were in the state finals last year, and they could be in the state finals again.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll move on up to 7A. And Ron, you know, a lot of these 7A teams could beat a lot of college teams out there.
Well, they could. Yeah. But I tell you, some of these other teams could beat some of these 7A teams.
Well, you're right about that, and half.
Right. But we start riding off the bat.
Yeah, Davidson versus Central Phoenix City. What do you think about that?
If you looked at both teams, you would think it's going to be a really close game, and it could be. Central Phoenix City, one of the best coach teams around, with Coach Nick's coaching it. They're 9-0 and undefeated. Davidson has struggled for about 4 or 5 years. This team has really started putting it together, and they made the playoffs. They are very athletic. They are a good-looking team to watch. And if they don't make mistakes in a game, they're hard to beat.
Okay, and moving on, we have identical records again, Auburn and Baker.
Auburn was in the semifinal or in the finals last year, and they're taking on Baker team that has really gotten better and better. They beat Mountain Brook last Friday night, so Auburn's on the road. That's any of these teams in Region 1 has got their hands full with Region 2, but I think that Auburn's got to play a perfect game. Coach Etheridge's teams are normally really good at not making mistakes, but Baker has got a really good quarterback. Is going to play Division I. That's going to be a good matchup too.
Okay, Dothan versus Mary Montgomery.
Lived in Dothan a long time, and I'm real proud of these. They're called the Wolves now.
Okay.
This is the best team they've had since they merged their two schools together, and Mary Montgomery, this is the best team they've ever had. So Dothan went down to Mobile in the regular season and beat Baker really well. Mary Montgomery, though, is playing good at every level.
Okay, what about Daphne versus Enterprise?
I'm so proud of Daphne. Kenny King, the coach at Daphne, is another one of our former NFL players who's now coaching. They've got their work cut out for them with Enterprise. Enterprise is solid as can be. Daphne it's been playing really, really well, but Enterprise is still Enterprise. But that's going to be a tough game.
Okay, 7A moving to the north. Hoover versus James Clemens.
Look at that record, 4-6 for Hoover. Do not believe it. Do not believe it. They had a really rough start. This team has had to really grow, but they have they've really played well at the end. James Clemens has been a little up and down, but they've been pretty steady in that region. And they came out as number 1 seed. That's going to be a tough matchup for a number 1 seed.
That's right. Okay, Bob Jones versus Hewitt-Trussville.
Bob Jones is another one of those teams that's been kind of not inconsistent, but just the games have been so close. They'll be a little bit better here and a little bit better. If they come out with their best game, Hewitt-Trussville could have trouble. But if Hewitt-Trussville comes out with their best game, they could beat anybody in the field.
Wow. Okay, Florence versus Thompson.
I love Florence, number 1, because this is probably the best defensive team up in that part of the state. And they better be, because they're playing Thompson, who may be the best defensive team in the state, at least in 7A. Florence has got the work cut out for them because Thompson's won 4 straight championships.
I was going to say, they're not used to having that one there in that, loss column.
Yeah, I know it. That's unusual.
That is unusual.
And their quarterback, who was in the star in last year's Super 7 championships, he's just a 9th grader now.
Wow, incredible.
But Florence will have to play their best, and Thompson will probably have to play a little bit less than their best for Florence to win. But that's possible.
Sure.
Because Florence's defense is as good as anybody's.
Anything's possible in the playoffs. All right, our last matchup, my alma mater, Vestavia Hills versus Austin.
Rob Evans is the coach. He played for Coach Buddy Anderson. He is as intense as any coach I've ever seen, but he is as kind-hearted as any coach I've ever seen. They're playing Austin. I love Austin too because their coach. I used to coach in basketball at church when I lived in Alabaster. I love both of these guys because I watched them play through high school. Jimmy Perkins and Rob Evans are a lot alike. They're just great young men coaching our kids that you're proud to have. This game could really be special, I think. It would be special for me, I think, because I love both those coaches, and I love what they're doing with their kids. But both teams are on the way up.
That's right, identical records again. That's exciting. Yeah. Well, Ron, that finishes the bracket matchup, and you have lived up to your name as the encyclopedia of Alabama high school athletics. So we can't thank you enough for sharing your knowledge with us and your analysis of these matchups.
We did leave out one thing, and we'll have to do it at a later date. We've got girls flag football making the same strip.
Thank you. I'd love to talk about that.
But we'll have their brackets all settled, and they'll start their playoffs too. And maybe we can get that on our regular TV show, and we can talk about those brackets. But I'm telling you, our girls flag football is really coming on.
It is.
And they will play there. We'll have 2 finals there at the Super 7 this year, and next year it will be a legitimate championship sport. Right now it's still in that rising stage.
Rising quickly. So yes, it's an exciting one to watch, and we will keep up, and we'll let the viewers know all about it. But thank you so much, Ron, for being with us. The coaches' meetings are still going on there. You can see coaches milling around behind us. They're heading back into some meetings. We're going to take a break, and then we will come back with some more coaches' interviews. But we thank you for joining us on the AHSAA Bracket Show.
Thank you.
President, Bessemer Superhighway is backed up. What are we gonna do?
Are you serious? Get me the King Boys.
King Boys Towing is the fastest growing tow and recovery company in Birmingham and surrounding areas for one reason. Our customers are our top priority. Whether your car has been in an accident, is stuck in the driveway and won't start, or you just need a tow to your preferred repair shop, give us a call. Our fleet of flatbed tow trucks will provide courteous and fast service. King Boys Towing, 205-428-3235.
To the HSAA Bracket Show. We are now joined by Coach Philip Rivers. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Well, tell us a little bit, Coach, about your current team this year. Before we get into you, I want to hear about this team and what you're thinking headed into the playoffs.
Yeah, well, this is our school's first time being in the playoffs. 7 years old now, young school, so it's a big accomplishment to take that next step to get in the postseason. We're a young team, really young. 40 of our 60 are 9th and 10th graders, only 9 seniors. But we've gotten better every week. We talk about getting better every week, and we found our way in the postseason. Got a tough first-round matchup. They're all tough when you get to this far, but looking forward to it.
Well, while we're still on your current team, I know coaches probably don't want to say they have a favorite player, but you've got one that you've at least known longer than all the rest of them. Tell us about your son.
Yeah, Gunner's had a good year. He's a freshman quarterback. I've looked forward to this. I played for my dad. My dad coached at Decatur in Athens, and got to play quarterback for him. So we're kind of getting to relive that, and it's been a lot of fun. He's done a heck of a job for a young guy, and it's been a fun first season. Looking forward to 3 more. It goes fast. But he's had a good year. A lot of freshmen and sophomores, as I mentioned, have contributed this year, along with our small but solid senior class, and see if we can keep this thing going.
Well, Coach, you mentioned your dad, a legendary high school coach in the state of Alabama. What do you think the biggest lesson is that you learned from your dad as it relates to coaching?
Well, I think, he was a big competitor, loved every game, wanted to find a way to win. But it was bigger than that. I think the, impact he had on those 15 to 18-year-old boys, you saw it day in and day out in the weight room, locker room, classroom, not just in between the lines. And so that's what, that's the type of culture and foundation we've tried to set at St. Michael is it's bigger than football. A lot of these guys, certainly many of them have dreams of playing further, and we want them to. But you hope that they've learned some virtue and character traits that help them be better men down the road.
Well, and I want to dig into that a little bit more, but you talk about playing further, and of course, lots of high school students have dreams of playing further. That actually worked out for you. It doesn't work out for everyone. So how do you think that relates to your team, and is it hard to sort of coach through that, because you were a star and experienced that success?
Yeah, and I try not to. I certainly use some of my personal stories, both in college and pros, to share. But I also try not to talk about that too much. You don't want to talk about yourself too much to the guys. They want, and very quickly I became just coach to them. And so I think you use those experiences that I had. There's times when I do use those to tell them, real life moments and stories and memories that I've had throughout my playing career that they can relate to realize that it's not all just what they see, on TV. I mean, there's moments of hardship and trial and ups and downs, that you went through personally as well. But it's been a lot of fun. It's been everything I hoped it would be, and looking forward to hopefully doing it for a long time.
Well, Coach Philip Rivers, thank you so much for joining us. We'll let you get back to the coaches meeting, and we wish you all the success heading into the playoffs.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. And we'll be right back after this on the AHSAA Bracket Show.
There's a lot in life to smile about. Are loose dentures or missing teeth keeping you from enjoying the things you love? Don't miss out on enjoying life's precious moments. You can be you again with affordable mini dental implants. You can smile again, laugh out loud, and have your self-confidence back. Let us help you make it memorable.
I'm Dr. Rick Redmond. Call me today for a free consultation and give me the opportunity to change your life.
You deserve a bonus. Get a new 55-inch 4K TV. Now at Sarah Nissan, 3 locations. Buy or lease any new Sarah Nissan and get a new 55-inch 4K TV, no charge. Event pricing on every new Nissan. 0% financing for 60 months and make 0 payments till next year. Plus, you get a lifetime warranty, no charge. So come get your bonus at Sarah Nissan in Birmingham and Sylacauga. Plus, Tony Sarah Nissan in Coleman.
Okay. Welcome back, everyone, to the AHSAA Bracket Show. I am here with Coach Danny Horn of Central of Clay County. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, thanks for joining us today. I understand that you're the #2 winningest coach in Alabama high school history. How does that feel?
Well, it just means I've been in it a long time and been blessed to have some really good players and some really good assistant coaches. And, you know, coaching is all about being in the right spot at the right time, and I've been blessed to be in the right spot. So, you know, it's just the good Lord's blessed me.
Well, and the next right spot is going to be this coming Friday night when you go up against the #1 winningest coach in Alabama high school history. That's going to be the WOTM game of the week. How are you feeling about that game?
Well, I mean, Coach Curtis and I are good friends, and, you know, we talk throughout the year, and you know, the things he's done is really, really amazing, and, you know, it's exciting, and but we're just glad to be able to be in this situation.
Well, Coach, you have an undefeated team this season, so that's got to feel pretty good going into the postseason. Tell me a little bit about this team. What makes them special?
Well, they've come a long way. We was, you know, in the summer practice and fall practice, you know, we really didn't look too good, and then we played in Jamboree, you know, before the season started, and still didn't look too good, but we had 7 starters back on defense, so I felt pretty good about the defense. It's just the offense, you know, had ways to go, and our offensive line started to gel, and you know, our running backs really come on, and we started playing well, and you know, last night we played a tough team in Wetumpka and finished the season off undefeated. Really, the first undefeated season in school history, and it's a great accomplishment, and I'm just proud of the kids.
Well, Coach, we congratulate you on this undefeated season. Like you said, the first one in school history. That's exciting. We wish you so much success throughout the rest of the postseason, and we hope to see you in Bryant-Denny.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll be right back after this on the AHSAA Bracket Show.
For almost 10 years, there's been the go-to place for tires and automotive repair, Right Tire. Right Tire sells all makes of tires for anyone's vehicle and anyone's budget, and with Right Tire, you always get the right prompt service with the right price. Right Tire also can handle all of your bumper-to-bumper automotive needs with certified brake service, alignment, oil changes, tune-ups, and so much more. So when you want tires and automotive done right, see Right Tire on West Fort Williams in the heart of Sylacauga. Right work, right price, every time.
And I want to say thanks to Linda Lewis and her staff of volunteers that always is here to help us out, and then everything Linda does to prepare for us to be here. So again, blast off was an hour delayed this morning. We got out of here about 7:50, and we were supposed to be out of here about 6:45. So I had a little bit of a delay there on blast off due to fog, and I know we've shown you the drone shots. You've seen it all here on live, but we have Kenneth, Jason, and Robbie are currently moving, so they're going to get on some new boats, and hopefully we'll be able to update you on some of the other guys. But just going through here, we have covered a good portion of some of the hammers that are known here locally for winning tournaments. We've shown you Ethan Flack and Jackie Flack. We've shown you Wesley Sams and Jeremy Tomlin, Jesse and Jordan Wiggins. We've shown you Jordan Lee, Chad Hall. We just recently gave you an update on them. And then also Luke Duncan, Trey Swindle. I mean, those names are synonymous with being able to catch them here on Smith Lake. And guys are struggling. We saw Jeff Ritchie and Charlie Cummings, they had 4 fish in the boat. Didn't really give us a weight. We're going to guess somewhere around that 8 to 9 pound range. That would be our unofficial leaders at this point. Again, we have been on the water about almost 3 hours, and the guys that we're expecting after 10 o'clock for the fish to turn on. So we're going to step away for just a moment, have a real short commercial break, and we'll be back here at Smith Lake for the final Alabama Bass Trail 100 for 2023. We'll be right back.
Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series live coverage is brought to you by Phoenix Boats, Bahio Sunglasses, Strike King, Luz, and by Busch Light. There's more live on the water coverage right after this message.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends, we truly love the sport of fishing. That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Stetson Blaylock, Todd Auden, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic Champion!
Nobody wants to run out of power when they're on the water. There is a better way. Introducing the Charge Marine Power Management Station from PowerPole that does the work of 3 devices: a traditional battery charger, a charge on the run, and an emergency start system. PowerPole Charge.
Welcome back to the Alabama Bass Trail 100 here from Smith Lake. We are inside the studio. I am right here at Smith Lake Park. The guys are out constructing the set or the stage today. We'll be weighing in beginning at 3 o'clock. John Simpson, your tournament director, Daniel Montgomery, your assistant tournament director, all the guys behind the scenes. I want to give them a huge shout out. These guys have worked their tails off this year, and I'm going to try to name them all. I'm sure I will forget someone, but you've got Brody Montgomery, Danny Montgomery, Mark Brown, Frank Doganero, you've got Todd South, J.D. Wright, A.J. Petty, I think I said Mr. Danny Montgomery, but if I didn't, Mr. Danny Montgomery, Landon Moore. Let me think. I don't want to forget anyone who has helped us. Mary Freeman throughout the year, the Golden Girls, Miss Urshrey Brannon, my mom, Miss Betty Bogey, my sister filled in a week or so ago, Nancy King, all the guys and gals over at anglerschannel.com, all the guys and gals over at WOTM for helping us with our live stream this year. Looking forward to working with them again in the 2024 season. Their first year live streaming bass fishing, and I think they've done an amazing job. It's been a learning experience for our team as well as for their team. So appreciate them helping us out this year. We look forward to a long-standing relationship with them. We are going to get back out on the water soon. I do want to let you know that we are in an area here where cell phone signal is sketchy. So if you were to have an issue with your Facebook feed or something like that that goes down, you can always go to the website. It will always be streamed there through YouTube. So you can always check it out on alabamabastrail100.org or on YouTube at Alabama Bass Trail TV on YouTube. Sometimes Facebook gets offended by something we do, and so they may knock us down, but you can always find it on YouTube and on the website. So please make sure that you bookmark those 2 sites on your computer or on your phone so you can always get the feed there. Also, you can watch the leaderboard today on the Alabama Bass Trail 100.org website. Click on your live and then go to live leaderboard. You should be able to find everything there as well. So the guys are still moving out on the water. Again, this is 21,000 acres, but they're trying to decipher between student teams, which is fishing a different tournament, and then Alabama Bass Trail 100 teams. The Alabama Bass Trail for 2024 is sold out. Teams have until December the 1st to make their balance payments on that. We do have a waiting list of about 30 teams already on that waiting list. So if we have teams that don't pay their balance by December the 1st, we will start filling those spots with teams on the waiting list. I know of one team in particular that has checked with me several times to see if they have moved up on the waiting list, that they are hoping to get to fish next season. We will kick that season off at Logan Martin Lake on January, I believe it's the 20th, that we'll head down to Logan Martin Lake. Then on June 1st, we'll be over at Weac Lake, where we just hosted our championship. And then in November, I will welcome you to my hometown and my lake, Wheeler Lake, there in Decatur, Alabama. So going to be an exciting season next year. There's a lot to do in the off season. We'll have about 11 weeks between finish and starting the next season, so there'll be a lot of things going on. Might be a few changes coming to the Alabama Bass Trail in 2024. You've heard Robbie say he will not be back on a full-time basis. He is going to fill in for one tournament next year, but we will be making the announcement of who will be taking over as the voice of the Alabama Bass Trail in a couple of weeks, so you can stay tuned for that. There'll be some more sponsors announced here soon, so you'll be able to see that, and sponsors that are going to be adding some bonus programs. So lots of new things for the Alabama Bass Trail coming up. I think we're going to post up on the screen the schedule for next year. We're going to kick off at Lake Jordan on February the 10th. Looking forward to that. It's been a long time since we've been to Lake Jordan for a regular series tournament, but it should be a lot of fun being there. Also, then going down to Pickwick, we're going to kick off the North Division at Pickwick. The last time we were there, we had 24 bags over 20 pounds. So that one's going to be a fun one. Again, we're going to come back to Smith Lake. We'll see what kind of weather we get there. It snowed on us the last time we were here in March, so we'll see what happens. Lake Martin, that's the one Robbie's going to fill in for next year. We'll be there on March the 9th. Then we'll be traveling on up to Logan Martin Lake. A big time spotted bass lake should be good there. And then our April tournament for the North Division will be at Wheeler Lake, my hometown. And then in May, we will visit the Alabama River and Neely Henry. And then June 1st, we'll be at Weac Lake. Then we will go on to Lake Eufaula on June the 15th. I'm going to call that my Rex Chambers tournament. Anyway, then after that, we'll go to Lake Gunnersville on June the 22nd. And then wrap up our season at the championship at Lay Lake in October, and then the Alabama Bass Trail 100 in November at Wheeler Lake. So again, 13 more events going on, or 14 more events going on in 2024. Looking forward to a full packed season. All series are sold out at this point, so looking forward to that. Got a lot of live coverage coming for you next year. Got a few changes that you'll be hearing about. If you have not, please subscribe to our podcast, the Alabama Bass Trail Podcast. You can get it on all your podcasting apps, as well as you can hear it on our website every Tuesday morning. It goes up about between 6 and 6:30 every Tuesday morning, but you can also watch it on live or watch it on YouTube as well, on Alabama Bass Trail YouTube. So lots of things there for the Alabama Bass Trail, lots of ways for you to find out all the things going on the Alabama Bass Trail, as well as all the 2024 information will go on the website on November the 27th on the Alabama Bass Trail website and on the Alabama Bass Trail 100 website. All of those changes for the 2024 season will be made there. So you'll be able to find everything you need to know about the Alabama Bass Trail on those websites. So I was going to look to see if we have any questions. You can feel free to post your questions or comments in the comment section. We'll be happy to answer those. But as we knew this was what this lake was going to throw us this week, is guys are going to make multiple stops. Some guys will probably have 40 or 50 stops that they make today. And they're targeting a certain thing. They're going to cast several times, and then they're going to be gone and go to another spot. So it's going to be a long day for those guys, in and out of the seat. But those Phoenix boats ride really good, so they're not too bothered by having to take a ride there in a Phoenix boat. So I know Jason is I can see the flake on Jason's boat. It's so pretty. I love seeing those flakes when they come off the Phoenix floor. So real pretty boats out there. The sun's getting up. We're going to see a lot of those boats running around out there. Do want to remind everybody, if you're coming to the weigh-in, please bring your lawn chairs, bring your blankets. We do not have any bleacher seating here at the weigh-in location, so please make sure that you bring all of those out to you. We'll be happy to interact with you. Be glad to see everybody. I hope Team Wiggins will show up. This will be the last time I see Team Wiggins out here on the Alabama Bass Trail, so hopefully they'll show up today. It won't be Team Sams and Wiggins today, though. It'll be Team Wiggins and Wiggins. So hopefully all of those guys and gals will come out and see us, and along with the other families that are so good to come out and support their teams. You know, 10 years ago when we started the Alabama Bass Trail, we really had hoped that this would become more like a big club or a big bass club event, and it really has been. I'm thankful to the Alabama Bass Trail family and how it has expanded over the last 10 years as we say goodbye to one of what I call our native sons. Robbie, I know, hails from Texas. And by the way, Robbie, if you're listening, congratulations to your Texas Rangers, your 2023 World Series champions. I know that was a long time wait for you guys, and I'm tickled to death for y'all and for everyone involved in that organization. My son's had the opportunity to work out with the Texas Rangers on numerous occasions, and we feel very close to that organization. So congratulations to your 2023 World Champion Texas Rangers. That's pretty awesome as well. So guys, they are still wandering around out on the water trying to find new teams for us to go into. We've looked maybe 15 teams that we've been able to cover thus far. I think Kenneth is on a team. We're waiting for his camera feed to come back up, and we'll be able to go out to Kenneth in just a moment. If you have, again, questions or comments, please post those in the comment section or in the comment section on Facebook and in the chat line there on YouTube. We'll be happy to answer those as we can. Looking to see if there's anything y'all need to answer. Water temp has been between 65 and 68 for the majority of the week. That's what a couple of the anglers reported to us this week, or this morning, that's what they were seeing. So let's see. I believe Kenneth is on another team. Hopefully we'll be able to get out to his boat here shortly. All right, let's go out to Kenneth and see who he's with. Kenneth?
I know you guys have seen them already, but they've kind of moved into our area. These guys are moving so much that's kind of what's happening right now, is that we've split the lake up in different areas, and once they come in our area, I kind of pick them up. But it's Wiggins and Wiggins, and I'm trying to get them space. They've kind of been looking over their shoulder at me. I think once my cameraman stood up, it was a little bit better, but they were worried about me at first. Top water here, that's kind of what they were doing earlier. They're just looking around, like most everybody else, looking for some active fish, keeping their eyes down, looking at their live scope, trying to find them. Now, these guys have been in Missouri the last week, so they haven't really had a chance to practice here, but they're very familiar with the lake. I'm wondering if maybe the weather conditions might be slowing them down a little bit. We went from still hot weather when they left to go to Missouri. It turned cold while they were there, so conditions have changed quite a bit from probably the last time they were on the water. I just had to blow up close to his bait there. Oh, it's blowing up on the bait. It's missing it. Yeah, that's a lot of the reason why we try to give these guys space and not get right up on them. It makes it hard to get information directly from them. But these fish are roaming around so much, and if we get too close to them, we can really, it's another strike that missed it. But we can negatively affect what's going on, and we certainly don't want to do that. See, he went from casting from right in front of his boat to oh, we just had another. Man, they're not taking it. They're hitting at it. They're not taking it. That's how much these fish can move, though. They went from out in front of his boat to his far left. It makes it tough when they commit enough to at least strike at it, but they completely miss it. It makes it really tough. If today goes like what most of the guys have been telling us, the bite gets better as the day goes on, but some of these bites that they're getting that are missing it may start connecting as we get further in the day. Jordan got hung up on that boat dock. They're having to go get it. They're on the move again. I'm sure they're hoping that the next place they go to get bites like that they'll actually start connecting.
Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by AmFirst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Mason Blaylock, Todd Auten, Hank Terry, let's go!
Garmin LiveScope, I tell you right now, if you don't have it, you are behind. It's just wild. It's like a video game.
If you do not have that Garmin LiveScope, you are definitely missing out.
Bassmaster Classic champion!
The TH Marine HydroWave H2 KVD edition is a surefire way to ignite a feeding frenzy. The HydroWave utilizes a sound-emitting technology that imitates bait fish and other feeding fish below the surface that preys on the competitive nature of bass and other game fish to get you more bites. The HydroWave is another way that TH Marine has you covered from transom to trolling motor.
This hour's live action is sponsored in part by Garmin, by PowerPole, American Baitworks, Bill Penny Automotive, and by fishalabama.org. There's a lot more to come.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. But that's not the only reason to get to know Bill Penny. Enjoy a 10-year unlimited warranty on every new Toyota in stock. Get 1 year of 24/7 roadside assistance. Test drive for the chance to win $5,000. You heard right. 5,000 big ones. Plus, choose from over 700 new Toyotas in stock and price to move. Bill Penny Toyota is Alabama's #1 volume Toyota dealer. Get to know us today.
You let me see. Things you let me see.
Some things ain't worth keeping. Yesterday's traditions, today's adventures, tomorrow's memories. Now that's something worth keeping. Fish Alabama and find your keeper.
For more information, visit fishalabama.org.
All right, guys and gals, here is the look of Smith Lake at Smith Lake Dam Park. As you can see, the Alabama Bass Trail weigh-in trailer is up and decorated and set up, and TVs are up and tanks are out and all the things. Weigh-in bags are ready for the anglers to bring in these hopefully good bags of fish. We've seen things be a little slow this morning out on the water, but we expected that. But as you can see, this was this morning as the fog began to raise. All 89 boats actually took off this morning, but we called all 100 just in case they were here. But you're seeing the fog lift off of beautiful Smith Lake here in Jasper, Alabama. Thank you to our host, the Chamber of Commerce of Walker County, for being our host this week. Thank you so much for everything that you do to continue to be our stop on the Alabama Bass Trail. Jason is set up out on the water. We're going to do our bush light wrap up for you, let you see what we have seen. Hopefully, if you're just now tuning in, we'll give you an idea of what's been going on out on the water. Jason, tell us what you've seen so far.
All right, we're in a little bit sketchy cell service area here, but we're going to do our best to get us all the data that we need today. So this is the area we started in this morning. Right over there is where we started with our AOY leader this morning. He was struggling a little bit. I know he made a long run up river up to the Sipsey. We tried to get up there to him, and we just didn't have good cell service. So a few other guys were in the area this morning, and what the deal was this morning is they were looking for schoolers first thing. Didn't really see the schoolers show up this morning. what they've been telling me all week is that later in the day is when it has been better. Now, last weekend, the plan was that they were catching them out deep and they were catching schoolers out deep. So they tried to play that plan this morning, but it looks like with this cold weather that we've had this week, it's really made the lake fish a lot different in just a very short amount of time. So in this short amount of time, we now have fish that are kind of run up to the bank and they're really up shallow. So a couple teams we've caught have caught them up a little bit shallower than they did last week. So last week it was in like 25, 30 foot of water, where today they're kind of running up to the bank a little more. So that's where a lot of the guys went. They ran up, way up river here, or way up the lake here, up into the other side of the lake, up by the park, up in Coleman. So as I look at the tracker, that's actually where Jonathan Collins, our AOI leader, currently is right now.
Well, we started with an hour-long fog delay, but guys took off. Everybody got out on the water nice and safe, which is good to see. And they pretty much scattered. The good thing about Smith Lake is you can take 100 boats and they can really scatter on the lake pretty good. But we did see a few areas that seemed to have more boats than others. But I think most of the teams that looked like they were trying to capitalize on a quick morning bite, kind of put some fish in the live well. Most of the teams we've talked to have said they thought the better quality or most of their better bites have been later in the day. So I think most of them felt if they could do anything before 10 or 11 o'clock, it maybe bonus fish kind of set them up to be able to look for kickers later in the day. We've seen guys throwing top water. We've seen fish missing top waters. We've seen fish schooling all over the boat that would not bite a lure, which is not uncommon, especially this time of year. These fish are still kind of out close to their summer patterns, and these fish have had a lot of pressure all summer. You know, we had Jason mention it. We've just now gotten some cold weather this week, and that seems to have kind of changed the pattern a little bit. I know I was out here last weekend, and the deal was it was pretty good till about 10 o'clock, and they really went deep and scattered after that. I think we're almost seeing the opposite of that now, the cold weather. And I think what's happening, the cold nights have cooled the surface temp off so much that these fish are kind of lower in the column, more stable water. And as the sun gets up, heats up the surface, the bait starts to move up, gets a little bit higher, and the fish kind of follow them, take advantage of that, better feeding patterns. That's kind of what I'm seeing. You know, we're going to miss that part of live because I think that's going to happen between now and weigh-ins. So based on what we've seen, shouldn't be a complete picture of what these guys are going to encounter throughout the day. I think some of the guys that have been struggling getting the fish to commit, we just saw the Wiggins here a minute ago, you know, they were getting some bites, but the fish weren't committing. I think a little bit later on, these fish are going to commit. They'll come in with a good limit like they typically do, along with a lot of other teams. So I'm really looking forward to weigh-ins. That's when we're really going to see what the difference is between the first half of the day and the second half of the day. And as we always see, it's 100 great teams in this, and they're going to show out. We're going to see some really good weights, estimating probably 16 to 17 to win, which for this time of year is pretty good for Smith Lake. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that turns out, talking to the guys during weigh-ins and figure out the patterns. That's pretty much, you know, my take of what we've seen. I know Robbie was in a little bit different area of the lake throughout most of the day. So let's go to him, let him tell us what he has seen throughout the day.
Well, guys, unfortunately, I saw a lot of the same struggles that you saw. I know Tom Brady's in that Hertz commercial, but fishing hurts, love hurts. There's a lot of hurts going on out there on the water, and a lot of people expected it. They thought that the practice was a little tough, and the catching on tournament day seems to be tough as well. What's he going to do as the day progresses? When I saw Wesley Sams this morning before, he said it's going to be sunny. I think that you're going to have warm water. But the one thing that he mentioned was he wants wind or wants breeze. Right now, it's blowing harder, I think, than it has the entire time. I can look out on the water and I can see just a little bit of ripple. That's all that they need. They need something to break that up, because when you're in these clear, deep lakes like that, you know, sunny skies, blue skies, no wind, that could be a death sentence. But now if you do get a little bit of wind, those non-takers might turn into takers because they're not going to see it so well, and maybe we'll see some action. I think Kenneth was right. I think some of those fish will be moving up in the column. I didn't see squat all morning like usually early morning bites you. That's the time for top water. I didn't see any movement this morning early on for the top water. As it progressed in this last hour, I did see a little bit of movement. So hopefully it's progressing that direction. It'll set things up a little bit better. I know I was in Rock Creek here towards the end, and I was chasing a couple of people. It seems like more and more people are going further up into Rock Creek, trying to get into a different location. But as I said earlier, love hurts, fishing hurts, and it's been a struggle on driving the struggle bus today. And there's 3 things that I know for sure as I've been reflecting on this past week. 1 is I love the Alabama Bass Trail. 2 is I love my Black Rifle coffee. And as Kay mentioned, number 3 is I love that the Texas Rangers are World Series champions. Woo! I'm happy. Kay, back to you.
Well, you know, I have enjoyed sharing the stage with Robbie for 10 years. He has been a great friend of mine. We've gone through a whole lot. We've gone through a startup here. We've gone through kids being raised and graduating and playing baseball all over the country. Robbie's followed my son's story. I look forward to following his sons as they continue to play the game that we love so much. I really do appreciate it, Robbie. I know that you've got a lot of great things ahead of you. We are certainly going to miss you here on the Alabama Bass Trail, but I still have your number, so I'm not going to give that up, and you better not change on me either. But I do want to say thank you, and as we round out this season, I do want to say a tremendous thank you to everyone who plays a part in the Alabama Bass Trail. I know that so many times I'm recognized as the Alabama Bass Trail, but this takes a team, and we have such an awesome team with all the guys and gals on the Alabama Bass Trail team, all the guys and gals at anglerschannel.com, all the guys and gals at WOTM.com, all of our sponsors, all of our host cities, everyone who plays a part in the Alabama Bass Trail. From my sincerest heart, thank you so much for making the Alabama Bass Trail the premier fishing trail in the Southeast, if not the country. Guys, we'll be back at 3 o'clock here at Smith Lake Park. Come out and see us. We would love to have you. Come out and say goodbye to Robbie as he flies back to Dallas tonight to only appear one more time on the Alabama Bass Trail. We look forward to having you here at 3 o'clock, Smith Lake Dam. Thank you so much. We'll see you out here soon.
This has been live coverage of the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series, presented by Black Rifle Coffee. Special thanks to Phoenix Boats, TH Marine, and First Federal Credit Union, American Bait Works, Bill Penny Automotive, Garmin, Big Bite Baits, Bahio Sunglasses, Lou's Fishing, Strike King, and by Sweet Home Alabama, the Alabama Bass Trail 100 Series. Today's Live on the Water coverage is brought to you by Big Bite Baits, by TH Marine, and by AmFirst Federal Credit Union. Live coverage continues right after this.
At Phoenix Boats, our passion for fishing is obvious. Whether it's a pro event or fishing with our family and friends,
we truly love the sport of fishing.
That's why our goal is to make every single Phoenix boat that goes out the door the best fishing platform it can be in both design and construction.
We love to fish as much as anyone, and we believe it shows in every boat we build.
Phoenix Boats, built by anglers for anglers.
The perfect checking account doesn't exist. Not at a bank, that is. So why do you keep looking there? At AmFirst, you can get no minimum balance or monthly fees, an instant issue debit card, and free checks with unlimited check writing. But who doesn't want more? Like a rewards program you'll actually use, and convenient digital tools that make it easy to manage your account from anywhere. Now you could try and find that at a bank, or you could save yourself the trouble by checking with us.
On the weekends, some folks step up their game, like bringing home Jack's Fan Faves Value Meal. Our chicken nuggets, mac and cheese, and a drink for just $5.99. Now, Miss Ashley, I ain't saying she can run a post route, but she's got hands as golden as the nugget she snags. The fresh, hand-breaded, all-white meat chicken is a catch in itself. Try them with our handmade sauces. Score our fan faves value meal for just $5.99. It's quite a haul.
Big companies get bigger and bigger and talk about their fancy labs where they study fish behavior, but then they all go golfing on the weekend. We don't have a large laboratory to test baits. Why, you ask? We don't need a big laboratory because our pros fish, our employees fish, our salespeople fish, our suppliers fish, our mold builders fish, our owners fish, and our kids fish. This is our laboratory. Our R&D comes from time on the water, learning how to make fish bite. We don't have other hobbies. We fish. We fish all year in all conditions across the whole country. All that time on the water brings us thousands of hours of testing new products and improving current ones for all species. We're a family-owned U.S. company that has many of our products made in America by American workers. The products we don't make in America, we make in Guatemala, which supports many families in that country as well.
Pick that one off. Now, they have him listed as a center, but I think that's just a misprint. He's more of a cornerback.
That ball said Wilson on it. Y'all read that? Turnover on downs. First downs, John Garrett.
And the defense holds turnover on downs, and it will be Cavalier football.